Felicitations, my family of fledglings. And ghosts, it's so good to unsee you as well. My name is Damian Halme. I'm a professional disruptor, breaker of the status quo, disruptor of your ruts and casual lives to activate a deeper mindset, a higher philosophy, a better way of looking at your life, questioning things instead of just following in the ruts of your genetics and your upbringing. And we also play games. Hi and welcome. It's good to see you. You're looking ravishing tonight. Thanks for being here. I said in last night's stream that I haven't washed my hair in a while, and I said if I start the next stream and I have voluptuously voluminous clean hair, you'll know that I did some self-care. But there was another outcome that I didn't predict, and that was I won't get my shower until just before stream starting, and that's what happened. And so I'm streaming with wet hair, and it's pressed against my skin with these lovely headphones. So wet hair stream for the win, I guess. I mean, better to have wet hair than oily, not clean hair like I've had for the past few days, because stress and awfulness, and you all know, some of you know the deep backstory. Some of you are learning it bits and pieces here and there. Tonight we're playing Omori, but we're not in happy fighting cutesy monsters in a purple and pink magical world Omori. We're playing as the character that I decided to name after me. So my character is me, I guess. And we're just in suburbia, and I'm with a friend of mine who used to be childhood friends with me. And he's trying to say a goodbye because I'm moving in a few days. And I'm mostly spending the time trying to earn a bunch of money instead of hanging out with him, which is maybe not the best way to spend the last couple days of being in a neighborhood with your childhood friend who's trying to connect with you and send you off in a nice way. But money, and what am I going to do with the money? Honestly, I'm probably just going to give it to that hobo outside the grocery store who has big dreams of being a musician or something. But I don't here, take the money. What do I care? Yeah. Anyways, hi and welcome. Let's say hello to Silvos, our number one first champion tonight. Mostly a ceremonial role, but hi and welcome. Sierra, hello. What is that very cute bang boo bounce emoji? I love it. It also looks, honestly, like, Kit, you're here so early. I'm not used to seeing Kit this early, you guys. The interesting thing about the little bounce emoji, Sierra, is it honestly, if I squint my eyes, it looks like my color palette. I have a 3-color color palette, and I can't take credit for it. If you all know who B. Wotsart is on Twitch, he's like one of my best friends for like decades. Like, we've known each other for ages and have lived through a lot of different stuff. He's a fantastic artist, and when I really wanted to make this a real business endeavor, I was like, I feel like I need a good branding sort of idea. And he's like, well, tell me what your favorite color it is. And I was like, I don't know, purple. And he's like, well, you should do purple and yellow because those are complementary colors. And I was like, okay, that's probably going to look like the Lakers or something, like, but sure, those sound like reasonable colors. And he's like, maybe a splash of copper in there for like fancifulness. And I was like, yeah, that sounds good. You're the artist. He's a professional artist. So I was like, I don't know. You sound about right. So then I put together a little color palette. I was messing around on an iPad just for funsies. And I was like, here's purple, yellow, and copper together. And I was like, what do you think? These could be my brand colors. And he looked at me. He's like, those are not your brand colors. And within a day, he sent me his color palette. And I think I even have that. It's just a PNG of 3 colors like in a stripe. And he's like, these are your brand colors, D. And I looked at them and I was like, damn, those actually look good. And everything, like all of my emoji and everything, even the ones designed by an external designer who I have to give credit for, their name is Cryo, C-R-I-O, Generis. And they are on Fiverr, and they do fantastic, just like chibi animated emoji sort of stuff for a really reasonable price. Could you find more detailed emoji artists out there? Yeah, that will all cost more. Cryo's work is, I think, enjoyable, fun, and also like hits the mark for emoji and is like really well priced. They are a great deal for the amount that you end up paying. Just saying. I don't get like a kickback for saying that. I think Cryo's work is really, really cool. And you should check them out. Nico, if any of you are also fans of Nico, his emoji were also designed by the same artist as well. And so we're keen on putting more money in that person's pockets. But yeah, that little emoji looks like it's honestly like the same color palette as my colors, which is weird. Also, Kara, congrats on a 15 stream streak. It feels weird. I don't know what honor, prestige I have elevated to be worthy of such great stream streakness. Also, if your stream streak ever resets itself, Troa will let you know. This is very much a beta feature of Twitch, and it is broken. It might not be broken for you, but it's broken in many different ways for many different people. So if it ever resets or does weird things or glitches or skips or whatever it happens to be, it's not you, it's Twitch. But 15, that's, I'm honored. Thank you. I appreciate it. Stress is bullshit. I feel you. Yeah. Yeah. Kit, we should chat. We should chat about the toxicity side of things someday. I just went through, I mean, your background's way worse, but I should fill you in on stuff on my side someday. I just went through the ringer of being told I was going to lose my mom. Oof. Last minute flight, expenses I was not prepared for, a week of limbo, and she's doing better. Not good, but better. Okay, well, okay, better is good. Maybe not the best, but if putting me in a weird thankful that she's doing better and yet frustrated from the grief and turmoil. And I'm sure like the cost of like dashing around, taking flights. Flights usually cost a lot if you're just going straight like the next day to the airport. They cost way more than if you plan ahead. And yeah, just the scramble and everything and the emotions welling up. Absolutely. Came home and slept for 3 days to recover. I super don't blame you. I hope everything's okay there. I hope she recovers quickly, whatever it happens to be. All stress is valid. We don't put it on the spectrum. I suppose it's fair. I just feel, I do feel like sometimes when you feel like things are overwhelming to you, and then you see how somebody else has survived other far greater turmoil in their life, it does put things into perspective a little bit. That it kind of feels like, you know, you're complaining about a splinter when they have like an arrow through there, you know, and then maybe it, in the comparison, it grants you additional strength or fortitude to get through a specific scenario. Let me do a shout out for We So Punny, by the way. For those of you that don't know, Kit is one half of a great team of streamers that is on Twitch and on, aren't you on YouTube as well with your stuff?
That was a good try.
Ah! Stop it! Every time!
Ooh,
Where's
what
the
game
key
is this?
card? The gun. Oh my god. And the key card. Kit, why didn't you tell me this earlier?
Because I keep forgetting how inebriated you actually are.
And run up here.
Oh no,
and
you're
use key card.
playing this drunk?
Boom. I've completed it. I did all that around my elbow to get to my asshole when
What does that
you
mean?
could have told me this entire time that, hey, there's your key card right there, and a gun. And a fucking gun.
Oh, jeez. That is the most drunk I've ever heard Bean. That is a fantastic clip. Something about going around the elbow to the asshole. Like, what? What on? Wow. Please go send them some love if you haven't done so already. Yeah. Between flights and motels and other items, I am about $1,600 down. Ugh. Brutal. Brutal to have the financial sudden expenses on top of emotional turmoil about, you know, how your mom's going to get through all this. Perspective nice because it can help you move forward. Yeah. Splinters still hurt. It's true. It's true, especially if they're infected and festering and won't go away. Or the pain is still there after you've pulled it out. I don't know. I can't think of a good analogy to my current situation. Yeah, that was a really drunk Bean. Alien inebriation. Oh, is that what that game is called? She played it on Nightmare Plaster. Oh no. That's a choice. One time, and there's no VOD for this, thank God, and there are no clips saved of this. There's this one night where I believe Nico was streaming, and I think I was also live streaming the same night, and I made a really poor choice. This is maybe the last night I ever got drunk in my entire life because I just don't like losing control, and I don't like other people taking care of me, and I don't like the health ramifications. There's so many reasons why this is not really like my lifestyle. But I forget, we were celebrating something like really big, and I had one too many drinks. I had enough drinks to be a really pleasant person, and then B. Wozart and our other friend Sanch, who lives 15 minutes away from me here in Georgia, they goaded me, and I was like, one more, everybody, one more, chat. And chat was like, chat, yeah. And I think Oz was like, no. And she ended up doing so much for me that night. It was like, it was a really bad, it was a stupid night. And that was part of it. Like, seeing how much Oz had to do on my behalf was not cool. So I was like, all right, we're never doing that again. Like, for the rest of my life, honestly, we will never. And I never did after that. But I decided that night that, because Wozart and Sanch, I think, wanted to play some League of Legends, which I hadn't played in years. And I was like, all right, I'll play a League of Legends game with you. And Nico and some other people were like, well, we want to run some roulettes in Final Fantasy 14. And I was like, roulettes, the dungeon crawl speed in 14 is kind of slow. And League of Legends has a lot of downtime, especially if I pick support. I can just kind of hide in the bushes and like drop a heal here and there and bully the other lane. Like, I just really got to make sure that my ADC is like doing okay. And so I played both games at the same time. I was alt-tabbing back and forth between the two games, trying to dungeon crawl in Final Fantasy 14 and play a match of League of Legends. It's the stupidest thing. I failed at both miserably. I was an awful teammate in both of them. It was such a bad... That was an awful night. And then everything got way worse after that. Way worse. Off stream. Took her about 9 months to complete it. Oof. I took a shot of absinthe. Nice. You and I are of a tribe. Very few people that love absinthe like I do. On stream even. Hit me immediately. I was so bad I couldn't mount my horse in Red Dead. Oh no. Bean had to hog tie me and put me on the back of her horse. And that's just like, mounting your horse in that game does not require skill. It's just a button, right? So it's just a matter of you couldn't remember which command was to mount your horse. Fun stuff. Yeah, been there. Also, Akumasato, hi, hello and welcome. I see you over there. Good times. Let me move some stuff around here. Maybe I'll move this over here. Every time I move windows, like, yes, it's gonna It's gonna stop the music in the background. That's just how Omori works. I was on PC. There's so many. I mean, that's true. Yeah, I haven't played Red Dead on PC, but I have Red Dead 2, which I played only like 30 minutes on PC. But what I have done is, you all know the GTA 5 role-playing community. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But GTA 5, great game in and of itself. And then new life was breathed into the game when somebody modded the game to make it multiplayer. And people started making these massive servers with all kinds of mods and everything. Get people in there role-playing, creating a community out of the city, and just like living out their best GTA 5 fantasies together. I think it's something that GTA 5, that Rockstar Games probably needs to think of in their next game, because honestly, unlike what they did for their multiplayer, which is like bring a bunch of people in and like shoot each other up, people were much more interested in making like households together, creating gangs and groups, and like role playing, like living in the world, not just like shooting in a deathmatch style, but like being characters in a different world than this one. It's kind of like, I feel like there's so many role-playing games out there, but when people hear the words role-playing, they don't translate directly as English words. Role-playing literally just means you're playing a role, right? That role could be you are in a modern world, in a city, living with other friends in an expensive house, or maybe just an apartment, and shooting guns and driving cars and stuff like that, which is what the GTA 5 online role-playing experience provides. But most role-playing games, most RPGs, are like broadswords and armor and trolls and ogres and might and magic and that sort of thing. Like, why do they all have to be medieval? Shouldn't there be role-playing for other timelines, areas of the world? Wouldn't everybody really want to eventually find their niche and say, this is how I like to see the world? I like to live in sci-fi and not in medieval times. Or I like to live in Mad Max, dusty, dirty post-apocalypse, not in clean world. There should be more role-playing games out there for different types of people's sentiments for what they want to do. And the Red Dead role-playing is a lot of fun because it's so different. It's set in 1900 or 1901, right around there, right at the turn of the 20th century. And it's a very different world. Now, a lot of people role-playing in that world honestly don't know the historicity, so they just play like white hat cowboys. Like, well, I'm just gonna be a rootin', tootin', shootin', hunting, looting, skinning gators and selling my wares and riding my horse and shooting my 6-shooter. That's most people in Red Dead role-playing. But there are a lot of people that make the world more nuanced. And this is all set in Red Dead 2, and it uses the same sort of multiplayer framework as GTA 5. It's called Red M, I think is the name of the mod. And then on top of that, you can add other mods per server. So some things are really dramatically changed as far as the experience. And I even live streamed this for a while, but it didn't really get a lot of traction. And so I backed off of it. But it was a lot of fun, honestly. It's like, if you are bored or disenfranchised from your current life, you could really dive in and sink your teeth into this other world. And unlike GTA 5, which is kind of like just an alternate modern reality, Red Dead 2's role-playing modded servers are a very different experience. They might be more what you're looking for. If you felt like you were always out of time and there was a different era in history that you felt was a better fit, this might be a great game for you. Yeah. I mean, I don't think the setting you are currently in is medieval in most role-playing games. I think in a lot of role-playing games, when they're called RPGs, they're usually about swords and magic and goblins and stuff like that. It does feel kind of medieval and that's not necessarily the case for everything. And the series of games I've been playing on Sundays are a great counterexample to that, right? The Mother series of games, Undertale, and all the games that are sort of like fashioned after Mother, they are an answer or a response to there is too much stuff that's like Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons was medieval. You know, you got your leather and plate mail and swords and bows and arrows and fireballs. And then there was EverQuest and the Final Fantasy series and Dragon Warrior and like all these games, like they all sort of you're earning gold and you're buying goods and you're getting stronger and you're fighting monsters and magic, and it's all very much in that vein. Now, Final Fantasy started to implement some other, more like futuristic elements in later installments, and I think they realized people are getting tired of just medieval fantasy. But for a while, I think like RPG and medieval was synonymous. You make a good point, I think, because we live in this timeline we set it aside as not worthy fantasizing a different life in. Yeah, and I think the beauty of the Mother games is Nintendo of Japan just decided, what if we just fetishized America? And the whole RPG story from Mother 1 through Mother 3, they're not sequels or anything. In fact, Mother 2 feels like a remake of Mother 1. And many Super Famicom games were just a remake of original Famicom games. Like, now that we have the technology to do 16-bit, we'll just sort of remake the game, expand it. And I think that's what Mother 2 really was. And Mother 3, which felt like it could have been a sequel a little bit to Mother 2, had very loose tie-ins at all, if anything. And those were all set in modern day United States, but from a Japanese viewpoint and deliberately like quirky and weird. It was not trying to be an honorific view of the US. It was meant to be really surreal and goofy and weird. And I think we see that lineage so far in Undertale and Omori. And I'm looking forward to more games in this genre doing sort of the same thing. And really just taking us out of the idea that leveling and stats and gear inherently have to be medieval for whatever reason. Yeah. Okay. Let us pop on in to the game du jour. Let me also double check because I feel like this is a nuanced app that I still haven't figured out all the nuts and bolts on. So I'm going to disable the music for just a second here and double check that if I send a message in YouTube, it's going to pop up on my stream aggregator. It looks like, yes, that did happen. And if I go to my Kick window, where's that going to be? Oh my God, there's so many windows. Why are there so many windows? Let's send a test message in Kick. Oh, it sent it twice. I don't know why that happened, but it happened. And if I do the same thing in Trovo, I've matched a rival. What does that even mean? Okay, Trovo is also properly sending messages. And if I try it in Instagram, I guarantee it's not going to send. I don't know how to fix the Instagram feed, but forever, for whatever reason, it's just never going to sync up. Why Instagram is so bad at this, I don't know. Keep the session. Do create live video. There's the live. I hit test in here. And still nothing in my chat relay. Great. I love that for me. It's a wonderful thing. Also, if you're watching on Instagram, like some of you are wanted to do. I've sent in several help tickets to say, hey, I'm a content creator on Instagram. Instagram actually has 3 or 4 different profile settings you can have, and one of them is content creator. And if you choose content creator and then you open up a live stream, they grant you 4 hours of live streaming. It's been like 2 months or so, maybe longer, where every live stream I've started on Instagram quits at 1 hour, and we're already halfway there. We're already halfway to Instagram quitting. If it quits and you need to find me on another platform, I recommend YouTube or Twitch. YouTube, generally for the video quality, and plus you can watch on your phone in vertical if you'd prefer, or on a real like horizontal screen, you know, the 14:9. Is that the right ratio? You can see it on either ratio on YouTube, or if you like the chat experience, I feel like Twitch is the best chat experience. But you will get cut off at the 1 hour mark unless Instagram finally decided to fix their shit, which I'm dubious of that. I don't know if they necessarily answer any of my requests to fix their broken stuff. Okay, so we've done a bunch of odd jobs. I kind of want to go and just give this money away to this dude. Can we just do that? Can we just say, hey, buddy, you are a great grifter. I love the music that you do out front of the grocery store, and I'd love to just give you money. This guy. I want him to succeed because I feel like in games like this, just from a metagaming perspective, you find a dude that's like, I'm just a little hobo and I could really use your money. And then you give them money, like something great happens because game designers want you to be incentivized to be generous and kind to humanity. And so in their games, if you do so, you get these mad rewards. In real life, are you rewarded for giving your money and goods to people? Not always. Should you still do it? I think so. I think giving without a reward or without the notion of this is giving me some sort of clout, experience, exposure to my community or fans. I'm going to live stream this and people are going to love it. I'm going to record it and put it up online so everybody can see how generous I am. Without that kind of stuff, I think you're better for it. And God, if you have a religious incentivization, i.e., good people do good things and people who do good things unlock the real afterlife or the better afterlife or advance in the afterlife because of what you did, all the good things you did. Well, now you're just doing a bunch of good shit so you can get good shit. That's if that isn't the carrot on a stick mentality, then nothing is. That's awful. The mere concept that there are religions out there, and there's some really popular ones, and I know you know that they exist, some really popular ones out there that are like, do good deeds and be a good person, be righteous, be moral, and the afterlife will grant you mansions and riches and love and life and wealth and everlasting things beyond. You will know joy beyond what you've ever experienced in this mortal realm. Just be good today. That is the worst fucking incentive. Be good because you want to, because it's in you. Develop it within yourself. If you can't find a reason to just be innately good, you're already fucked. You're probably going to your afterlife's hell. I don't think that it's proper to say pretend to be good. Do a bunch of things for other people. Do the service. Do the motions. And you'll get rewarded after you die. Do it because it's good. If you are a good person, you deserve no reward. You could be incinerated. You could be tortured for 1,000,000 years after you die. And you should still do the right thing because it's the right thing. If you were an honestly good person, then whatever happens in the afterlife shouldn't matter. There should be no carrot on the stick for you. If you're thinking about what happens after you die, you are evil. You are already bad. You're already a bad person. Be good to be good. Because you can't have good morals without religion, right? That too. Honestly, if you ever believed in some sort of concept that there's some sort of universal creator that has made a bunch of primates into thinking, talking, loving creatures and wants to see good things out of them. Hi, Jam. Then that creator probably wouldn't require you to be born in the right region, read the right holy books, and attend the churches that your parents attended in order to follow the right faith, right? Because God forbid you're not born in the Levant. Well, good thing for you, the Levant religion spread a whole bunch of other places all over the world. Well, what if you're in one of the places where it didn't spread? Are those people fucked? Can those people live good lives, but then nothing happens to them because they've never heard of your special magical religion? Pathetic. Be good for goodness sakes? Isn't that be good for goodness sake? Wait, what song is that? Santa Claus is coming. I don't know. It's one of those Christmas songs, yeah. What stops you from committing murder without God or religion? We were just talking about this literally last night. I think you weren't here for this. I don't know the fact that I should not take someone out of existence the same way I would like to continue them. Right. It's empathy. It's just natural human eusocial behavior. Humans are eusocial. It's part of what makes us our species. We're eusocial. We connect up in a big community well. We collaborate well. When we collaborate, we generally, according to sociological studies, do more with our productivity than we would alone. I.e., one person doing work alone does one person's worth of work. Two people both working alone do two people's worth of work. But two people collaborating and delegating to each other tasks that the other one might be better suited for, doing some like careful strategizing, two people working together generally do better than two people working separately. I.e., your productivity increases. And urbanization is proof of this. With urbanization, i.e., millions of people coming together and collaboratively working in a eusocial pattern, they are capable of doing more than that same number of people all acting individualistically. That's enough proof to do what's right for the masses because it works, because it's just a natural phenomenon. You don't need the carrot on the stick. You don't need to think about what happens after you die. And if you do, you are one of the broken. Congratulations. And I'm not trying to shame you for feeling that way. Just don't imagine, don't ever think that the majority of humanity believes the same way that you do or coheres to the rule set that you cohere to. You are unique. You are uniquely broken, and we all love you for it, and we're here to help you. And your religion is probably there to help you too. But the rest of the world does not need what you need. You are unique. You are separate from the majority. Yeah, 100%. The quote that I had used yesterday was from Penn Jillette. But first, let me see. Kara says, well, sometimes religious rules go beyond the morals you'd choose for yourself. Some religious rules, I think, are broader and more important in general than what you would choose for yourself. Some of them are beneficial, right? Like eating shellfish in the Levant region, maybe from the Red Sea or from the Eastern Mediterranean, could have been a dangerous practice. or could have been a disease spreader. Certain types of sexual proclivities could have been disease spreaders or just bad for the propagation of your tribe and therefore the winning of the wars back in the times when the holy books were written. So might you see certain religious rule sets that say, thou shalt not eat this particular type of meat. It's bad. It's against the Lord. Thou shalt not perform these particular sexual acts. Sure, why not? They're prescriptivist for a time, a place, a tribe, and trying to help promote a certain mentality, state of being, maybe beneficial for you in ways that you would not choose necessarily for yourself. Or in some people's cases, you might grow up with some sort of mental spiciness, what's the word I'm looking for? Neuroatypicality, neurospice, that makes you more prone to be antisocial. The antisocial behavior disorders, antisocial personality disorders, ASPDs, right? So like borderline, narcissism, what else is in there? The terms sociopathy or psychopathy are kind of like outdated, right? But like ASPD sort of covers a broader meta category. And if you do happen to be born with these functionalities, it's good to have somebody step in and say, hey, read this book. It's very demonstrative of the way that the majority of people should behave. And if you feel otherwise, following this book could really help you out. Perhaps for some people. The Penn Jillette quote is, he said, this is Penn Jillette of Penn and Teller, or also from the show Bullshit, where they tried to do some debunking of things. I don't think it was very well done, though, to be honest. But he was on an episode of Big Think, I think it was, on YouTube, where he was talking about morality and how religion doesn't necessarily need to be there to help people have a moral compass. And he said, just look at me and how much R word I do, how much SA I do to the opposite sex, violent, demanding, consuming behavior. He says, I are every day exactly the amount I want. And then he continues on to specify the amount I want to do that every day is 0. I do not want to R other people. I don't want to take over and assault another person in a way that would take away their consent and rights. That's not in my... So the amount that is in me that wants that to happen is satisfied every single day without the Bible telling me one way or the other what I should or shouldn't do. I'm doing exactly as much of that as I want to do. Exactly as much violence on the opposite sex as I could ever crave is what I'm capable of and what I'm doing on a daily basis, because it's none, because I just don't want that. And if you need a book or a pastor or a priest or whatever, rabbi, to tell you, don't do this, and then you don't do it because they're authoritative and they stop you from doing it, fine, the ends justify the means there. But the large majority of us commit the amount of violence and non-consensual acts on other people that we want every single day without religion telling us otherwise, because the amount is none. I feel bad when somebody misconstrues a thing that I've said. I say sorry when people bump into me. I don't want to commit acts of violence or non-consensual acts. God forbid I need an authoritative figure to tell me not to do that kind of stuff. And I say God forbid in jest. Because we as people always want to know a rule is a rule and why we should respect a certain authority to tell us what to do. I don't feel that. I do not need an authority to respect. There are very many ideas and feelings within me that I feel are intrinsic to me And I believe from the amount of people I've met in the world, from different cultures, from regions, from different languages that I speak, and so I'm able to sort of bridge cultural gaps, that they don't feel differently than I do, or that they feel much more hedonistic and awful and just want to please themselves at everybody else's expense, or just hurt other people because they hurt, or just hurt because they're soulless. Most people really care. They care about themselves, then they care about their family, then they care about their community. And as long as those three things are in line, then their care usually continues to extend outward. Or maybe not. Maybe that's full enough for their lives and they don't like pursue bigger endeavors. But most people generally very much care about other people naturally, innately, without having an authority figure to tell us anything. Yeah. No rules necessary. Over there. Hello? I hear sounds outside of my door. By claiming God said so shuts down the resistance a little. Wait, maybe I'm confused about know why a rule is a rule. We as a people always want to know why a rule is a rule and why we should respect a certain authority to tell us what to do. Oh, like we question the authority side of things, but if you're saying if God said so, then we question less. Does that make sense? Am I reading you right? Stuart, hello. I didn't hear it the first time. I didn't see any previous text of yours. Let me double check. Nothing. I got nothing. This is the first I'm seeing you. Yeah, I would agree. There are certain people that that do not believe that the things that they're innately feeling are good enough, and they need somebody to support them or tell them that your feelings are valid, and that here's the like law behind it, or the biblical truth, or whatever happens, the holy scripture truth behind what you feel or understand, and then people feel more comfortable or more encouraged to move in that direction, I suppose. If you believe a mystical deity exists, that deity saying so has more weight than government saying so, so it's a method of control. True. And I would argue that people have used that to usurp governments, right? I think that, Italy's past has kind of proven that because they have the Vatican and they have somebody who is so much stronger than what any government could step into power and say, hey, this is what we need you to do. And the Vatican says like, hey, yeah, that's true, but God says this. Then who's going to win that argument, right? The answer is clear for a lot of people. It is definitely a method of control. And I'm not saying that because of that, Catholicism is run off the rails and they've done some really awful things to Italy or other places where Catholicism is spread. I think it's done a lot of good things, collecting people together, granting them a sense of community, giving them a place to consolidate money and then use that money for positive efforts to continue to grow and expand. But at the same time, I will not exonerate them for things that they've done, like burning people at the stake. If anybody has contrary opinions or thoughts, they were not willing to allow Catholicism to fight on the battle of policy and like the virtues of the religion. So if another religion stepped up and said, we'd like to compare ourselves against Catholicism as far as like which is more righteous, Catholicism says, well, we're just going to fucking murder you. In the past, not so much today, but like in the past, the battle of minds and for your souls was really just, they will just silence those other voices by absolute murder. And a lot of the like Inquisition times, the burning of the stake times, the Catholic Church has issued out official apologies for the way that it silenced other movements and made itself the predominant form of Christianity across most of the planet, but only in the last like 20 years. Like Catholicism existed for hundreds and hundreds of years, and it really literally only took like the last 20 years where somebody stepped in and was like, oh, hi Sam, they were finally, or the more recent popes were finally able to say, hey, we're so sorry that our predecessors basically tried to silence your movement by genocide. But not geno. Geno would be genetics, right? By, I wouldn't know the right word, but basically by homicide of everybody who follows your belief until nobody thinks the way that you do still lives. Yeah. Okay, anyway. Where were we? Where did we last left off? Last night? Wyatt introed you twice? Wait, last night? My bot introed you twice last night? I don't remember that. Kara said what I said much more eloquently. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Having the authoritative voice of, here's how you're going to save your soul. No one's going to believe anything lesser than that, right? So you'd have to sort of somehow go higher or appeal to some standard that trumps that in some way. And how you get there, especially if somebody's grown up with an organized religion or that religion saved them from a life of hedonism and harm towards others, then what will you ever do to free that person from that? That's the highest standard that person knows, probably. I agree. Yeah. You're twice as nice? I wouldn't say that about Stuart. Stuart's twice as trolly. I would have been condemned as a witch so fast. I mean, same. If they burned men at the stake, I would have been burned. Didn't they not fight against Nazis? The Catholics? I don't know that side of history. Can somebody do some fact checking there? I'm really not. I'm a new history buff, so my knowledge of history of the world is in little spits and spurts that are definitely not from high school or college. All the stuff that I learned in those classes, I sort of learned for the test and then promptly forgot. And so my interest in history has only been much more recent in the last few years, where it's like easier to do a lot of research that goes outside of just the one box of like the winners. You learn about the losers. You learn, first and second source. Wait, what's the word? Not when it's sourced from the person that's first. Whatever. Yeah, I've only been interested in history recently in my life, and when it comes to like World Wars I and II, my knowledge is pretty poor. So I don't know how World War II played out and who was like complicit with the powers that be versus who was, willing to stand up and fight. I don't know. You guys tell me. I wonder if people took marriage more seriously when they were religious these days. In the Western world, the oath has been changed to in sickness and health till death do us part, or until I just feel unhappy that day, or something else seems more appealing. The thing with religion back in the days is I think it did try to step in and make marital bonds a little more ceremonial, but I also don't feel like people were willing to just pop out of a marriage because we didn't have the same sort of freedoms back then as we do now, especially if you were female. So divorce wasn't about, people weren't serious back in the day. I think people today, if you get married to somebody, the majority of us are serious about that union. But if the person that you married was a little too good at hiding their bad proclivities, and they really were a bad egg, and you really were going to have a rough remainder of your life, today you can do something about it, whereas in the past you were somewhat trapped. And so it's not that divorce rates have gone up because people disregard marriage. I think divorce rates have gone up because people realize that the person they've married has misrepresented themselves and is actually a shithead and deserves to be single and deserves to not ever marry somebody else again. And you need, for your safety and sanctity, and this was me too, to get out of that relationship as fast as you possibly can to preserve and save yourself. And today you have options, and today it's better, and today you're not going to fall flat on your face. And today you can survive if you leave the person that's helping support you, which was me in my first marriage. And so now I think what it is people don't divorce. Now, don't get me wrong. Do I believe in 2025 that people get married on a whim? Sure, there are plenty. Do people then divorce because of a little nitpicking fight? Like, oh, I just hate the way they're always picking their nose in bed before we go to bed, and then it's so gross. I'm just done. And just quit, and you just leave. Sure, there are probably people that do that. I'm not saying that's not an example of something that exists today. Do people get married for stupid reasons today? Sure. Do people divorce for stupid reasons today? Sure. The vast majority of people who get married are probably thinking about a big commitment. The vast majority of people who divorce today are probably thinking, this is untenable and this should not work out, because if I continue to try to strive in this direction, I will only hurt and demean myself. I would continue to victimize myself. That was my story anyways. I would continue to demean and victimize me staying in the relationship. Am I biased because I would divorced somebody? Of course. So take that with a grain of salt. Yeah. The policy is to fight when you can gain major monetary value. I do feel like that was something with the Catholic Church as well, right? The Catholic Church in Europe during especially the Inquisition times was very much fighting for monetary gain. I think there was when the Catholic Church was sort of headed by somebody in France. I don't remember exactly when this was. It was like 1500s maybe, where the King of France was sort of like also in sway of the Catholic Church. And they started to like look at the like money lending business and like the people who managed banking and lending and all that sort of stuff. And they're like, man, these guys have a good racket, you know, and they're really pulling some good income. And that should be mine. What I think happened, if I remember this right, I'm going to forget all the details, but fact check me if I'm wrong on this one, that the King of England was basically like, I want these people to help me continue to live a very lavish lifestyle. And I think they even took out some major loans from these like moneylender, supportive financial people in the world at the time. And when like the bills came due, or when they stopped having like all the free palaces and stuff that they could throw parties at through those organizations, and it came time to like cover the bills, the king was like, well, we're just going to trump up some big charges against these people and try to discharge our debts by basically calling them enemies of the state and of the church. And they got like crooked judges to go further with the whole insurrection against these. I don't know if it's an insurrection, but the attack against these people, and basically ended with like, either forcing people to do false testimony just so they would maintain their lives, or just like burn them. If you burn them at the stake, nobody's going to question you as to who was right. You know, the people burning on the stake were obviously wrong, because pretty soon they'll be dead, and then they can't have any sort of testimony or records against you because they're dead. Yeah. The Crusades, yeah, that's basically, I mean, the 1500s, I think, if there was a crusade then, it was maybe like the last one. I don't remember. Didn't the Crusades start in maybe the 900s or 1000s? It's long time before that. The church, oopsie whoopsie, are bad. I mean, by the 2020s, they had started to issue their last apologies. I'm going to take a break myself. I think ad break's about to start on Twitch right now. And I'm going to take a quick bio break and come back, and we'll continue shitting on organized religion. No, I'm just kidding. Just, you know, talking about different ways that people have been coerced in history. It doesn't have to be about organized religion per se. It just, that happens to be a big offender, but it's not necessarily the only way that people were very negatively affected by power and dogma and mental manipulation of the population so that people would cow to a certain ideology or belief. Yeah. I don't know what happened to the ad break on Twitch, but I think it's about to happen. I'm going to go take a quick bio regardless. And also, if somebody does a self-care, I'm out of water, so I'm going to go grab some water real quick, and then we'll catch up with chat. So I'll be right back. Let's try that one more time. I mod my channel the way I want, and I will shout out somebody twice just to see a different thing.
Why would people want to see my feet in mac and cheese? I don't fucking know.
Or the same one. Such is the way of the clip. That's fine. At least it wasn't Simp Botha this time.
I get that one a lot.
I mean, what luck? The huge giant fell fast asleep. The huge giant fell fast asleep. I guess that's the fucking solution. Son of a bitch. Can you believe it? Then let us judge.
Hobo.
Oh yeah, hop right into the middle of it. Good job. Got a full-blown stagecoach. You need that clip. Honestly, those were some
Oh, there's actually people in town.
pretty good role players there. Right? I guess we can make him pumped. There's no reason to do this. But ugh, I can't even quit this cutscene too. Is he turning red? I feel much stronger now. Looks like his skin got redder. Like he hulked out a bit just now. Maybe not. Maybe he's always been that red. Use the pull chain. Wow. What a beautiful sound. Can we open the toilet lid? Can we use the toilet? Hello? Alright, don't look. That doesn't seem to work. Oh, not use toilet lid. Use toilet. I'd like a little more privacy for that.
$135. Thank you for your contribution to the Book of Crow and the religion.
What's their name?
Book of Crow.
I'm sorry, what?
Book of Crow, you say?
Rose Thompson.
Yes.
Yeah, the Book of Crow. Have you read it?
I have not. I'm very new to this area.
Hello and welcome back. Welcome back to me, I suppose. Am I wearing official Damien Holme merch? I am. It's the ghost. Plus the Chinese characters there say loyalty for those of you who want to be loyal supporters of the stream. All this stuff is up at damien.printful.me, or you can... Do I have this up on the .com? I hope so. I hope the merch link is on the .com. If it's not, oops, that's something I need to fix. Yeah, this and other comfy t-shirts with not thin, threadbare t-shirt material, soft and comfortable and durable stitching, and also not pre-made big factory sort of stuff. I looked at some of the really big brands that a lot of streamers use to make merch, and the t-shirts are they're sort of like sweatshop status. I can't prove who's making the t-shirts, but like I worked with somebody, Printful, that's a little bit more supportive of honorific, helpful, beneficial ways to do business for everybody involved in the supply chain. So it's not deleterious to anybody's standard of living. Okay, where do we leave off? Diego, hi and welcome. Sorry, I was on a break so I could pee and get more water so I could make more pee. Also, besides the merch shout out, this is just, I'm just joking, but I thought about this while I was peeing. If you ever hate a game that I'm playing and you really don't want me to play it, mention linguistics, music theory, or religion, and I'll stop playing and we'll talk about that instead. If you just don't want me to play the game. I'm joking, but I really do want to have this conversation. I do. Okay, so Stuart says, the Catholic Aligned Center Party voted for the Enabling Act of 1933. So this would have been after World War I, but prior to World War II. Is that correct? Which gave Adolf Hitler additional domestic powers to suppress political opponents as Chancellor of Germany. Interesting. So, yeah, there might have been something there. Oh, it's hard to say, like, the church at that time might not necessarily have understood exactly what Hitler stood for, and they might not have been that way before then, and they might not have been that way after that. So just because they were that way right then in that slice of history doesn't necessarily damn the Catholic faith, like, as a whole, you know? The leaders at that time could have been making some really bad choices. I disagree about marriage being less important without God, right? I don't have this magical deity blessing me or the idea that we came together because of God's will. It makes working for your marriage even more important because no one is going to help you but yourselves. True. Oz and I had, you know, not church vows with our marriage, and we're devoted to each other because we're devoted to each other. We want to stay because we want to make things work. We have hard conversations because if you don't have hard conversations, you don't learn or grow together and you don't develop better strategies. If the only thing you want is a fair weather friend, you definitely shouldn't go get married. If you love hanging out with somebody in the good times, eating popcorn and watching a movie, going to a theme park, riding a Ferris wheel, having nice romantic dinners, and all that shit is great for you, you haven't learned anything about your partner. I could do that with anybody that I find attractive and mildly interesting as a person, and they're not necessarily marriage material because romantic dinners are just nice. Almost doesn't matter who's across from me as long as they match like my lowest standards. Going to a theme park, that's fun. It doesn't matter who it's with, it's a fun thing. I want to have a flat tire in a bad neighborhood with somebody. I want to misunderstand each other. I want to say something that was taken really uncharitably and then have them say something that I can't understand. In reverse, God, yeah, Instagram already fucking died. Let me kill the Instagram. I don't need this window up. Wasting my resources. We're just gonna kill it right now. Bye Instagram. Thanks for the 1 hour of stream, I guess. I'll also kill this window too. It's Instagram thing. If I can't get through hard times with somebody, that's not a marriage. That's a fair weather friend. That's a fair weather friend, maybe with benefits, but that's it. You're not somebody I want to live out the rest of my life with. I certainly don't want to get old with you, because when you get old, things get harder. You have more adverse situations between the two of you. And if you can't handle their adversity and they can't handle yours as you start to get old because you're just fair weather friends, you made a big mistake. And none of that has anything to do with staying together for a covenant of something under a deity in any sort of way. Also, the idea that God brings any people together for anything goes against free will. Yeah, God shouldn't bring people together for their plans, right? You act in this world according to your heart, and you make decisions, and God doesn't like thrust things upon you, whether you're religious or not. If you're not religious, obviously you don't believe in God doing that. And if you are religious, then you probably don't believe that God is manipulating your life so that you don't make choices yourself. The whole point of most organized religions is they believe that you have all the choices and you make all the right choices, you get a better relationship with God. You make wrong choices, you're breaking your relationship with God, which means you having choice matters. If God steps in and makes a bunch of choices for you, takes the wheel for you, that is against every organized religion's core, or at least their forensic, like original bases, and against anybody who believes that there's no God. That's a very fringe and weird thought. And I think generally I've only seen it in modern American Protestantism. This idea that God is making things work in a certain way according to his plan, and that he's intervening actively as an agent in everybody's lives. It's bullshit. That removes morality as a core facet of religion. And now you have no reason to do anything ever because he's got a bigger plan and he's got control of everything. So what can you do? Nothing. That's stupid. You're then just, what I think that appeals to is a certain demographic of people that really hate the idea of personal responsibility. The idea that if they do something and they get a really negative repercussion, i.e. they vote in a certain way, or they say certain hateful comments and their family starts to disenfranchise them, their community is negatively affected, they lose their job by saying something racist on a social media post, and all that sort of stuff like comes back and attacks them. Oh, I hate this. I don't believe that this system of me doing negative things gets negative reactions. I don't believe that's right. I think it's Satan. And I think when good things happen to me, that's God. And that's it. It's just Satan and God fighting for my soul. And therefore, anything that I do, no matter how big of a shithead I am, it's not my fault. I just give it all up. I let Jesus take the wheel. And sometimes Jesus makes me say shithead racist things to people. Yeah. Okay. Oh, no, another kickbot. Someday I'll eventually ban those people. But they keep coming up with new names anyways, so I don't know why banning anybody would matter at all. Sent the link to you in Discord so you don't have to mess with it now. Oh, thank you. I will definitely check that out. Catholic Church Holocaust documents, interesting. That's definitely something I'm going to read tomorrow. I think I caught all the chatters with that one smile. What? Smile? Which smile? What? Anyway, I think I caught up to all you guys. Should we play some Omori? I'm not personally adverse to religion. I think that religion still does one thing better than secular faith, and that is that it brings people together to do community things for each other. You can meet. Hi, Risa. Oh, you waved at everybody. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's probably like everybody who's active at that moment. Religion gathers people together. So if you're looking for a mate, cool. A lot of the like big questions of what you value in life are tackled because you both use the same term to describe your religiosity. You're Episcopalian, I'm Episcopalian. That covers a whole swath of things you don't have to then do discovery on with somebody, or, you know, get 6 months into a relationship and then realize, oh no, we have this huge value butting of heads where we're stuck, you know, we can't progress forward because we believe such different beliefs. That and rallying together groups of people to do things as community events as activities that link people together in a society and to do good things for the public. Do secular people do good things for the public en masse? Yeah, I just feel like it's a little limited comparatively. Churches, good churches, tend to do more community service than sponsored club city events where you can sign up to help out sort of things. Those exist. They do real work. They do make an impact. Maybe just not the same amount as all that tithe money plus a series of people who are willing to work and do extra stuff can do through a church. With the caveat, sometimes when churches go and they find a developing nation and they say, hello? Coyote. Hi, thank you for the sub. Welcome to my family of fledglings. With the caveat that sometimes churches will step in and find a place where it's like, you guys don't have regular good water. We've got a great way to establish a good water table, a good well system, a good irrigation system for your little community. And we will do this for you. We'll provide this for you because we have the science and the knowledge, and we can do stuff that's maybe a little bit beyond what you're able to learn because you guys don't have internet and you can't learn. You don't have good municipality. You don't have good support from your government. We're here to help you and get that established in your, sad little hamlet. Or the building of homes. We can do a whole bunch of like quick prefab, cinder block kind of like smashed together real fast, and we'll get you all in shelter and with beds and a real nice place compared to what you had before. And we could do all that for you. Churches can do that kind of stuff en masse and really big benefit towards very, very impoverished parts of the world using the tithe money from their congregation. But there's so many of those. I would argue the majority, you can prove me wrong if you can find a statistic on this, the majority of churches that do this say, we gave you water or we gave you housing. Please read these parts of the Bible with us. Please engage with us in prayer. Please put these worksheets in the hands of your children and train them to understand our religiosity, our way of deification of, this. And the reason why we've helped you is because our God, who we think can also be your God if you change your hearts and souls and follow us in our mission, has given us the provisions to give you these things. And so for you to receive and accept these things, please also ideologically cohere to our mission. That's fucked. That is so fucked. If you cared about humanity, if you felt that there was a God that created all people and you wanted that God's creations to all live and grow and nurture them to their ends, you wouldn't care what they believed. You wouldn't care what kind of people they became. They could all become murderers. You could fund water and houses for an entire hamlet, little town or village of murderers, of baby killers. And you helping out people was the right thing to do. And then what they chose was their free will, and they chose evil, and that was on them. But don't proselytize and change them. Don't dangle the reward out and say, convert to be like us, or else you don't get our help. It's gross. Religion gave my mom comfort when she was told she was dying and gave her someone to lean on for hope. I love that. I won't begrudge anyone that. It's just not for me. Yeah, some people really fear death, and especially in the US, for some stupid reason, why our nation, the one that I live in as well, why people are taught so much that dying is something scary and unnatural, and when it starts to happen, you should freak the fuck out and be just feel awful about it unless something intercedes, like religion. That's a sickness. That is a sickness that our culture has. That is a secular sickness, because a lot of people who believe in religion have more peace about passing away, whereas I think secular people are afraid to die. And it's pathetic and sad and unnatural. We should be very comfortable with dying. Not so much so that we don't fight to survive. If you can survive, do it. If you think you can survive, try it. But if you're going to die and it's certain, be at peace. It happens to literally every person on this planet so far. Just die. Eventually, we all will. Don't fight it. But people shouldn't need religion to have that peace. But I'm glad that religion provides that peace for some people. Of course, now there's all the praising God for her recovery rather than the team of doctors who spent 8 hours in surgery keeping her alive. That part's rough, right? Are those surgeons all, proper Christians? In which case, sure, then you can say, because Christ was acting in their hearts and guiding their hands and everything. But if for some reason any of them happen to not be religious, or God forbid, again, I use that term in jest, believe in another religion besides Christianity, their gods drove their success in her recovery. If one particular surgeon that did the heavy lifting was worshiping a different god, that god's responsible for her livelihood now. She needs to come to terms with that, perhaps. Or maybe she could just ignore it like every other Protestant. And I use the term Protestant very specific. I refuse. I will forever, for the rest of my life, refuse to call Americans Christian. Because there's probably a very, very slim percentage of Americans who understand Eastern Orthodox, Catholicism, and Protestantism, and have risen to some meta category where the term Christian, which embodies all three of those and other sects as well, and denominations, if you have risen above that so that it's appropriate to call you just Christian, then maybe I would use that term for you. If you could really prove to me demonstrably that that is what you are, a meta category above the sectarianism, the divisions, and everything. But the vast majority of Americans who identify by the word Christian are actually just American Protestants. And the fact that you don't know that that's what you are, if you happen to be one of those, and you don't understand that using the term Christian is devaluing Orthodox or the Orthodoxy and devaluing Catholics as something different, as something less than a Protestant, then you don't know anything about your faith. You don't deserve that title. And I refuse to call Americans that title unless they could prove it to me. Most Americans, you're just Protestants. You're some flavor of Protestant. Maybe you're a Baptist. Maybe you're Episcopalian. Maybe you are whatever you happen to be, non-denominational or whatever. But you're mostly Protestants, and you are a protestation of the Catholic Church, which in itself used the term Catholic to derive or distinctualize itself from the Orthodoxy. Orthodox generally meaning the true vein. And all of you are, the Pauline sect that sort of separated itself from the Gnostics back in the day when the church got the backing from the Roman armies. If you can't identify by the right term for your religion, then I already know what a tourist you are in religiosity. And I won't use those tourist terms for you. I have existential dreads at times, so I get it. Oh, yeah. My brother is... Oh, his name is Christian, but we call him Chris. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of names that are derived from the term Christ or... Well, actually in Greek it would be Christos. right? Christos doesn't mean like son of God or like one specific individual. Christos is somebody who's been anointed as a fame holy Messiah or a special person, somebody with high spiritual standing, usually anoint with oil. And the anointing with oil, or the representation of an inner spiritual light and heat. The Christos is sort of like a commentary of that sort of person. It's not one person's name or like one character in history in the Bible. Yeah, Christos is not specific to an individual. And so for all these names to be like derived off of Christ is kind of, it's odd. But I'm not going to tell people how to name their kids. Wait, what? Christian is blanket term for all denominations. That's the problem, is when Americans call themselves Christian and they really mean they're not Catholics, they're not Orthodox, they don't know anything about those other branches of Christianity, and they really are just Protestants. Then when they call themselves Christian, they are not a blanket non-denominational connection of all of those three major branches. They're not. They are just Protestants. I believe at that point, they're using the meta category to disenfranchise the other groups, right? It would be like saying, if you believed in race, which obviously has been discredited over time, the idea that there's a distinct racial category that different people fit into. Well, let's just say, for the sake of things, you believed in different races on the planet, and you decided the race that I was born into, that's the human race, and everybody else is like, they're also humans, but they're a different flavor. So they are the Asiatic humans and the Caucasoid humans and the African humans, and they're all different from me. I'm just human, and they're all specific. That puts a value judgment on everybody else, and it gives a sort of truth and authenticity and originality to who you are. When the orthodoxy of a religion, just like Orthodox Judaism or Orthodox anything, the Orthodox Christians had a splinter group called Catholicism. Catholicism happened to have big militarization, so we know it as a separate term. And doesn't Catholic mean like one true or something? Which the term that they chose is already an attempt to disenfranchise the Orthodoxy. I'm not saying that Orthodoxy is necessarily like the best form of Christianity, just that it is unique in its like very strict laws about inheritance of priesthood and that sort of thing. But Catholicism was a splintering off of that. It was not the original religion. It was a branch. And the Protestants protested, where the word Protestant comes from, protested the Catholics and branched off of them. They branched off a branch. So for Protestants in America to say, we're just Christians, you're not. You're a splinter of the orthodoxy of the original lineage and heritage of the original Levant religion. And you don't know shit. You know what American priests teach you, which means you probably are learning whatever works best in the US. Your beliefs and your faith system are probably adjusted so that you believe what culturally keeps the money flowing. That's ultimately what I've seen, especially with evangelism and especially televangelism and megachurches. Those are businesses. They know what their congregation wants to hear, and they can give you the parts of the Bible that keep the money flowing into their pockets. Not Christian. Not not able to call yourself the meta term Christian. You're a splinter of a splinter at best. I think it's a connotation versus denotation. Probably. But I also think there's insidious like word crafting there. I think when Protestants in America say we're just Christian, that disenfranchises everybody else in the Christian faith. If you're allowed to call yourself that meta category name, nobody else calls you that meta category name. External to American Protestantism, nobody's calling you just Christian. That's your cosplay. Okay, it's the guitar guy. Hey, what's up, Akumo? Wait, weren't you just... Okay, you were in the Instagram feed, but it died, right? So you found where the stream was continuing on. I've already sent help, support tickets to Instagram. I'm like, hey, I used to stream on Instagram for 4 hours. Please fix. I even asked, like, did I do something wrong? Is my account in bad standing? Why would you punish me by reducing my streams to 1 hour? But honestly, like, literally, like, nobody's answering me. Nobody answers Instagram help tickets. They just leave them unread. Every time that I've gone from 1 hour back to 4 hours again, which has happened twice now and might happen again soon, they never contact me about it. They're not like, we're sorry, we've adjusted your account. Here's an email letting you know it happened. It just happens and they don't say shit. Meta is like the worst social media platform out there, and yet I still stream to them just for shiggles because it's free. It's free for me to do so. But yeah, they're rude and awful. Maybe the worst streaming platform I'm on, even though Instagram's pretty famous. I don't like discussing religion that much. Sorry. That's okay. You don't have to. I mean, if you're comfortable just being in the audience listening to the things I have to say, that's fine. And if you're not, well, I probably don't really apologize. I like to talk about religion. So that's me. But don't feel like you have to be participant if any particular topic we stumble upon is not your cup of tea. I forget what voice I did for this guy, so I'll just pick a new one. Hey, it's you guys again. I'm still working toward earning enough money to move to the city so I can become a big star. Will you help me reach my goal? Anything will help. Sure will. How much do you want to donate? I have $110. Let's give him 10. Are you sure you want to donate $10? Yes. Let's get this guy. Let's get this guy to his big dreams. Yes, I'm getting closer and closer to my ticket out of here. Thank you. In return, I'll play you an originals. Oh, okay, cool. Here's music. Honestly, I don't remember the last song that he played when we donated, but it sounded kind of like this one. It's cute, but it didn't sound different. KK Slider. Yeah, exactly. Gotta help him reach his goal. I know, I feel that way too. Can we talk to you again? Do I have to leave the screen to give him more money? He won't talk. Oh, he put the thing away. Now can we talk? Yeah, honestly, I made all this money and I literally don't want to find anything to spend it on. I just want to give him the money. So I can get to heaven. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Kidding. Still working towards earning enough money to move to the city so I can become a big star. I will. Here's another $10. Yes, we're sure. $30. Whoa, thank you for everything. With that last donation, it looks like I'll finally be able to leave town. That was it? I had $110. I was going to give him everything. I was literally just going to keep donating forever. That's all he needed was like 30 or 40 bucks? Shit. I'm glad I did this then. I don't think I have much to pack, so I'll probably be leaving pretty soon. I should say goodbye to everyone, but I don't even know how I'm gonna break it to my dad. I'll probably let my little sister Joy know first. Oh, that's a clue, I think. Who's Joy? We're gonna have to find Joy, I think. Apparently, Christianity does provide an out to people who are ignorant through no fault of their own of the gospel. So this question of what about people of remote tribes who know nothing of Christ, for example, is settled in that case. Can you give me a scripture? I'd be curious to know like what people seem to cite as far as that goes. I've heard some apologetic arguments, but I haven't necessarily heard the scripture backing for it. Some people have said, and this is some weird shit, so I don't know where they get this idea, that if you live and die without ever hearing the word of Protestantism, then you stay in the ground and your soul stays in the ground, and you lie there in a stasis. And then when the day of reckoning, or what is it called? The rapture. When the rapture comes, you get called out of the grave. And then at that point, you must make the choice. Do you side with your Lord Jesus? And if you say, yes, I do, because, he's there on his steed and he's fighting the demons in real time, and you go, I'm with you, I'm on your side, then like, all right, your soul is saved and you go up to heaven and, become one of our souls and you're good. But you can make that personal choice because it's always about free will, right? But it's free will, like while you're watching the forces fight each other in the rapture sort of thing. Or it's not the only answer I've heard. I've also heard that because those people are interred in the earth and their souls are like stuck there in sort of limbo, then it is upon the active living Protestants who pray every night that they pray intercessorily. That is to say that their prayer powers can work on another human being, i.e. your free will and your religious ideas can imprint on somebody else's soul, because some people believe that in Protestantism. And so it's your obligation as a living Christian, hello Trella, to pray into somebody else's behalf. You're stuck in the ground. You've never heard the word Jesus or the words in the Bible. And so I will pray to save you. And if I do that with enough of my life, then your soul will be saved from my intercessory prayers. Yeah. So many Christians believe that souls go right to heaven. I'm like, the Bible doesn't say that. True. In fact, the Bible also doesn't have any concept of hell, which is really weird. The people have this like leathery, red-skinned, goat-horned man with like the tail with the spade tip ending and a pitchfork, and he's on like a bunch of art, right? Even there's like a type of chicken you can buy in a can. It's called like deviled chicken or something like that, and it has like Underwood chicken. Is that right? I ate this when I was a kid when I still ate chicken, and there's like a little pitchfork wielding devil on the logo of the can. And it's like people have this idea that is this creator, or this antithesis to our creator, an anti-God, if you will, but not as strong as God. But if God wanted to, God could smite him, but he leaves him alive so that bad people can go to him. That's part of God's rules, is he's gonna make this other demigod rule a different world of like fire and stuff. That's not in the Bible. It's mostly in Dante's Inferno, which is a political and like Dante was writing about his rivals, right? Writing about these people, this like satirical piece where he wrote in his enemies at the time. And he's like, I hate you. You're an awful person. And you're in my book now. You're in my burn book. You know, so-and-so is a fugly bitch. Do not trust them. It's basically Regina from Bad Girls. That's Dante. And we have this idea of hell from Dante. He's just a fictional author. He didn't write shit about the Bible. He wasn't even there. He wasn't even alive for like the Council of Nicaea, where they chose which books of the Bible to exclude to give people a different narrative than what was actually out there, which happened. The Council of Nicaea said, we don't want these other books. We just want these books because they tell the version of the Bible that we want to propagate. And when was the Council of Nicaea? Some 1,000 to 1,300 years after the birth of Christ or whatever. Oof. It's weird shit. It's a weird fucking trajectory for religion, for people, for so many people to devote their lives to it. Then there's the Mormon baptism of the dead. Oh, I don't know anything about that. Sounds crazy. He didn't even go here. He doesn't even go here. Who is this Satan guy? Religious history and theology classes are how I became agnostic. Oh, true. Like I studied, I took a class in world religions in college. I was part of a multi-faith club at my university. And that was really interesting and cool, to be perfectly honest. That was really, really cool. And the more I studied about world religion, the more I had an appreciation for religion's origins, i.e., that is to say, where every religion started, I was like, I kind of get it. Like they were unifying a group of maybe disparate tribes or warring people. They gave them some moral direction. They took some weird practices that were maybe somewhat barbaric and they sort of tried to bring people into a higher standard. And it was just like a very positive and forward-moving concept for a lot of these big religions where they first started to try to bring people together, eat better, live better, take care of each other better. And there's maybe some cosmology in there, and that stuff was usually kind of weird, but it didn't really matter. If you didn't care about the cosmology, because honestly, what can you do? If you knew about the what you thought was the truth of the way the world was formed, how does that affect your morality? Spoiler alert, it doesn't. So who cares? Whatever version of morality you were being taught in your various religions mattered significantly more than whatever version of the way the world was created. It doesn't matter at all. Who cares? Super doesn't matter. How is the afterlife? Super doesn't matter. How do you live your life today to be better to the people around you? That matters, right? And so in that regard, learning about all this sort of stuff was really cool to me. But it did not instill a deeper faith in a specific religion for me to be a part of all of that. I can catch you up if you're curious. The baptism of the dead? Yeah, I'm curious. Magic underwear? I've heard about that one too, that there's special undies you have to wear, but it's not like all the time. It's just for like ceremonial things, I believe. Garments, they're weird, but not as weird as it gets for them. Yeah, I think there's weirder for LDS. Okay, what's this guy gonna do now? Finally the city. Okay, so he did mention Joy. We might want to find Joy, find out who that is, and what they're gonna do. But in the meantime, let's actually go and do what Kel asked us to do, which is hang out at the park with him. There's some people right there. They all have scooters, bikes. They all have wheels and they're all meeting together, and that's new. So the second we enter the park, we're already seeing new stuff. Wait, don't go. Please. Sorry, dude. I can't help you. You're on your own. Uh-oh. There's some commotion going on over there. Let's check it out. Oh, these two are having a quarrel. Can we mitigate or mediate? Mediate's the word I was looking for. This ain't none of my business. If you got beef with her, then talk to her yourself, you creep. I'm begging you. Just ask her to give it back. She won't listen to me. Wait, is that... Who are these people? That's Basil. Wait, what is... Huh? So Basil survived, apparently. I guess maybe we found him. Leave him alone, you bully. Huh? Who's there? Which one of those is Basil? I don't even know who's talking half of this time. I think the person on the right is Basil, maybe. Oh, it's just Kel. Grandma. Why don't you mind your business? Well, why don't you go bother someone else, Kim? Okay, the person on the right's Kim. Person on the left is Basil? Okay. I thought Basil didn't have blonde hair, but I mean, they could have dyed their hair. Who knows? Psst. Well, aren't you acting all high and mighty? You don't make the rules around here. What's going on over there? Says, oh, all these other people on wheels. Oh, the Wheels gang is here. And they're all defending Kim. Uh-oh, are we going to fight? Oh, snap. That's a baseball bat with nails in it. This is gonna get ugly. Oh, hey Aubrey. This nerd Kel just showed up and thinks he could boss me around. Let's show him what's what. Oh god, we're gonna fight the person with the nail, the bat with the nails. It gives me like Walking Dead dark memories of what's his face? Who's the guy with the bat, Lucille? Can't remember his name. Kel, what do you want? Wait, Aubrey, that name sounds familiar. Was Aubrey the person that did the saves with the lunches? God, we're like 3 weeks out and I already forgot all the names. Is that Aubrey? Negan, yes. God. Negan honestly literally caused people that I know and love to immediately quit out of The Walking Dead. They're like, fuck this guy. I super don't care about this show. I don't want to see this level of like just cruelty and darkness to a show that was kind of interesting and like about, you know, how will people survive and the inner politics and everything. And then it was just like sheer like evil and violence for the sake of evil and violence. And I know people that were just like, fuck this show. You guys have lost the plot. Everything that was worthwhile and interesting about the show is gone. It's just done. And I kind of agree. I didn't last long after the Negan arc when I also felt like, you know, I feel like now they are clamoring. They are tugging at people. They are trying to get a very they've almost like niched down where they need you to buy into this new idea of what they feel is an interesting way to carry the story. And if you disagree, they'll work really hard to push you out. And I stayed a little bit longer than I should have. And I just liked the episodes precipitously less until I finally got kicked out too. And I feel like it happened to so many people. The moment Negan was introduced till about like maybe a dozen episodes after, I watched almost everybody I know go, you know what? Fuck this show. I really don't care how the rest of it goes. I'm super disinterested. I super don't want this in my life. Stop messing with Basil. How could you? We all used to be friends, don't you remember? Tell her, Damien. Does Damien know? Oh, Aubrey's all sad. Okay, let me catch up with chat. Oh, now I don't have any music to back my reading, but I hope my dulcet tones serve as enough music to continue on the stream. Okay, a little background. You can be baptized at 8 since you're considered old enough to understand heaven and hell. And at 11, why 8, I wonder? Interesting. At 11, boys can attain the Aaronic priesthood, which is the lesser of the two. When you do, you become a deacon and can perform baptisms for the dead. You can join a priesthood at 11? Interesting. Why does this game kind of remind me of Stardew Valley? I think there's a little bit of... Well, I'm curious. Which came first, Omori or Stardew? They're both like one person being highly influenced by previous games. But I do feel like Omori really takes much more of a cultural tone from the mother games than anything else. Whereas I feel Stardew was highly influenced by... oh, God. What was the SNES game called? There was a game that was a farming sim that Stardew was basically just like, I can do it better than that game. But now I can't remember. Harvest Moon? Was that the name of the game? I mean, Stardew is like almost a carbon copy of an existing game. I think it was called Harvest Moon. You correct me if I'm wrong. I didn't play these. But I did play Stardew once they did a multiplayer release. So yeah, there might be some crossover just on the pixel art of it, but I don't think the story or the gameplay is related necessarily between the two. So what they do is they have kids from 11 up go to their temples each year, get baptized into the Mormon religion after their death. Baptized in the Mormon religion after their death to get them into heaven? Go to their temples? Wait, get who baptized after their death? The kids do the... I'm confused. The kids who are from 11 up, they go and baptize dead people? Is that what it is? The important thing overlooked is consent. That's true. Dead people can't consent. If you're trying to shoehorn them into your religion, you fucked up. Probably. These people are being baptized into a new religion without any knowledge or choice of it or their family. So basically, ready or not, you're Mormon. Yeah. Lucille, that was the name of the bat with the nails in it. You're right. He's Teresa's fave character? Oh, okay. Well, I hate to say it, Teresa. Like, everybody I know disagrees with you. Besides you, I don't know anybody that stayed after that arc. Everyone I know disconnected from the entire IP. People who had been bought in the first few seasons, wholeheartedly, ham-fistedly, 100% in. And they're like, now I super don't care. You've ruined everything I liked about the show and I don't care. Becomes really impactful. Negan does. I'm over it personally. Negan's my favorite character, especially in the comics. Oh, well, I don't know anything about the comics. I quit because of the Negan, but it was more because I was mad at Rick. Yeah, and I don't mean to say like Negan as a character caused people to leave. It was at his introduction, the decisions of the production company or the script writers or whatever combination of people that got things onto our screen, the show lost what it had. So you developed an audience that had an idea of what they wanted to see. And then the show said, we only want people who are interested in this type of narrative that we're about to press on you. And most of the fan base, as far as I can tell, that were on board for the inception of Walking Dead saw the Negan arc as the beginning of, we're not culturally aligned anymore. Whatever you're showing, that's for some niche audience of people that like what's about to happen. The Shakespearean guy, I forget his name, with the long hair, who was like a king of a zoo or whatever. And you had the lady who was like the princess of the junkyard or whatever. Like that whole arc basically pressed out the audience that the Walking Dead original design curated, and said, if you don't like what we're doing now, we're not going to do any more of what you all like, so fuck off. And everybody just did that, fucked off. I fucked off. And I usually, when I to a certain degree, if I watch a certain amount of episodes of a show, and for me, watching episodes of a show, especially today, is like incredibly rare. If I've watched a certain amount of episodes, I feel sort of like stuck. Like I feel committed and I want to stay to see it through, to see what happens, to see if maybe they choose something that maybe there's a bit of a bad arc for a few episodes, but I'm willing to like ride the tide and see what happens after that. Or, just wait until they get back to the part that got me interested in the first place. And that bit me really bad with Game of Thrones in the last 2 seasons. I think they super fucked up, and it was a absolute garbage show compared to where it started. And same thing with Walking Dead. Everything that I cared about in the show, they left behind, and they culturally created a different audience than what they started with. And if you found the show at the beginning of the Negan arc and you liked it, cool, then that show's for you. But most people that I think liked what they started with were immediately disenfranchised and were never bought back. That's the other thing, is after the Negan arc, could they have done something to win back their original audience? Yeah, and they didn't. Garments are meant to be worn at all times. Oh, it's not just a ceremonial thing. Oh, okay. In fact, things like don't show your shoulders for women is directly by the guideline of flesh covered by garments should never be visible to anyone but your husband/wife. Interesting. Which is such a Muslim concept. It's really interesting to enter an ideology that's sort of more founded under Christic principles as opposed to Mohammedic principles. But why not? I mean, modesty is a common principle across multiple religious faiths. So that one doesn't really like surprise or weird me out. It's different for the religion that it comes from to me. Of course, when there's finally story progression, my computer freaks out and crashes. Oh no, I'm back on the phone. Okay, good. I'm glad I didn't progress too far in this particular dialogue path before you got back into the stream. I think kids are serving as a proxy for someone who has died. The kids? Wait, what kids? The kids in this game? Oh, the kids who do the baptizing. They're a proxy for the dead people? I think so too. The kids are baptized on behalf of a list of dead people, so they get dunked about 15, 16 times. The kids get the dunking? So they do intercessory dunking for dead people? That's interesting. Don't have free will in LDS then, do they? Do they? Well, here's the question, because maybe I'm really just unfamiliar with that particular branch of faith. That's not to say that every branch of Christianity believes in free will. Does LDS say there is no free will? If there's no free will, then I don't see a problem with making an 11-year-old intercessorily step in and say, I send this dead person to Mormon afterlife through my baptism. Sure, why not? The baptismal fonts for this are insane. Gold and crystal on the back of 12 oxen. Oh, wow. That sounds very like what's the word I'm looking for? Biblically accurate angel sort of imagery. I was disappointed at first and hated him. We're talking about back to Negan from The Walking Dead. But he's just a really interesting person. I have a glorious book called The Quotable Negan. One such quote is, are you shitting pants on because you're about to shit your pants? Okay. I don't know what that means out of context, but interesting. I feel like, so you don't experience Negan the way the vast majority of people do, which is just through the show, because you and Stuart experience things on most IP on an expanded universe level. You have a different lens into which you look at characterization and story arcs and world building that when most people get just casually watching a TV show. And so I don't blame you for liking somebody that most people were disenfranchised with, and I don't blame those people for feeling the way they do, having just connected to the TV show. Gold oxen? Moses gasped. I guess so. Sem says, so the Catholic Church put out a statement. Those who, through no fault of their own, do not know the gospel of Christ or his church. So this isn't scripture. This is just a statement from the church. Do not know the gospel of Christ or his church, but who nevertheless seek God with a sincere heart. I don't know how you do that if you don't know who that is. But apparently they believe that that's an inherent trait of humanity to be able to seek God. And moved by grace, I don't know what moved by grace means. Grace is the concept that you would turn a blind eye to strict judgment, right? If I believe that whoa, I just punched my microphone. Why did I do that? I'm talking with my hands. Oh, Twitch ad. Shit. At least Sam can hear me right now. I'll continue on just this one strict vein. I won't continue on with the rest of reading of chat. Moved by grace. I feel like if you are in a culture-bound situation in which everybody in your tribe and region believes that when somebody does something ill to the community or who harms you or your family, they deserve immediate, violent punishment. You've stolen one of my apples. I will then chop your hand off so you cannot steal additional apples. But then you have the cleaver in hand and you stay it and you say, you know what? I believe if we discuss and you truly repent, and I believe that your heart has changed, I should not chop your hand like is the standard for our culture. I will stay my hand. I will give you that grace that maybe there is something other working within you. And this does not necessarily mean that you're an evil person and we can try again. That is grace. So being moved by grace, I'm not quite sure what that you wouldn't seek God moved by grace, right? It doesn't make sense. You could give grace to people that you think are doing ill, but you don't like seek your deity being moved by grace. It doesn't make sense unless you felt that God was evil by giving children childhood cancer. And then you say, you give so much childhood cancer, you send so many hurricanes to islands in the middle of the Caribbean and the Pacific, and you destroy people. But I give God grace, and I say, I forgive you because I think that there are greater powers at work than just God, or God is greater than we understand. And so I refuse to establish a knowledge of good and evil against God because I think he's greater than my understanding. That's sort of giving a grace and seeking God at the same time. But I don't think that's what the Catholic Church is saying. I think it's more convoluted. I think their choice of words is confused. Moved by grace, try in their actions to do his will. How would you try to do anyone's will if you don't know who that is? How would you act in accordance to God if you've never heard what God wants? Try in their actions to do his will as they know it through the dictates of their conscience. Well, there you go. If people are just following their conscience, you don't need a priest. You don't need the gospel. You don't need the church. You don't need God. The conscience in you is the thing that's guiding you, i.e., we are you social creatures that are guided by our ability to sympathize and empathize in other people's strife and do what we think is right for other people, even if there's no reward. That's conscience to me. None of the other stuff matters that was just mentioned before that. Dictates of the conscience, those two may achieve eternal salvation. Well, there you go. Follow your conscience, and you don't need religion, according to the Catholic Church. That to me is the takeaway from that. but specific Bible verses that support this. Okay, so there are verses, not just that one statement. Cool. The Whisperer arc is super interesting. That's not on the or is that on the show? This might have been after I left the show. Negan does some cool stuff in the show, but the comic nails the creep factor so much better. Then there's the Commonwealth, not really any Negan there. You might enjoy that arc. It's the Commonwealth. I think I saw was that where the show where they had that really nice little gated community thing? There was some politics there, and I forget. It's been a long time. My new favorite character near the end is Princess. Yeah, I just long ago disconnected from that. Posted a photo in the comments on my Discord. Ooh, that's a baptism place for sure. Wow. Not a biblical scholar. I just copied what ChatGPT told me. Nice. Excellent. I couldn't find an actual Negan lover percentage, but I know I'm not in a minority. You think? Curious. How would we search this up? Where did my cursor go? How many people no, what percentage of fans left The Walking Dead after meeting Negan? Just curious if this nets any results. Google AI, answer me. The Walking Dead experienced a significant drop in viewership after Negan's introduction. From season 7 premiere to season 9, same day ratings for The Walking Dead declined by 60%. That's majority. I hate to say it. Hate to tell you, Risa. 60% in the 18 to 49 age demographic. 53%, also majority, in total viewers. So young people really fucking hated Negan, and older people were like, I'm evil too. I'm an evil boomer, and I like Negan a little bit. And then they eventually left. Maybe. One source reported a drop from 17 million viewers for the season 7 premiere to only 12.5 million immediately after the deaths of... I don't want to spoil this. A couple people here. You probably, if you watch the show, you know who died. Another report declined from 17 million down to 11 million for episode 5, a 35% decline in just 5 episodes. Holy shit. The show reportedly lost around 4 million average viewers after somebody's death, dropping approximately 11 million to 7 million the following season. Many fans were reportedly upset by the direction the show took. Some viewers expressing that the show became too gruesome and I agree with this, too stale. Because at this point, there's no, like, the characters, Negan, the king guy, I forget his name, speaks Shakespearean, and cave woman lady who talks like cave woman, who's leader of the refuse pits, the junkyard. All 3 of those characters have, in the show, for as long as I watched it, 0 nuance, 0 story arc, 0 motivations. Like, they are the lamest, most one-dimensional characters of any show I've seen that had a strong start. It's on par with being as bad as the show Heroes when the writer's strike happened without having a writer's strike. That's how bad I feel like Walking Dead tanked, in my opinion. Okay. Maybe I will try to continue. Walking Dead, I'm done. I'm pretty much done. I don't have time for shows right now anyways, though, let alone shows that I decided I didn't like. Become a fan favorite character in The Walking Dead despite initially being introduced as a villain. His complex character arc, shifting from a sadistic antagonist to an anti-hero with redeeming qualities, has resonated with many viewers. So, I mean, if you stayed to see that, I suppose I could see that. Not a bad roundup of verses. Mostly they're verses that say, good people living good lives the way God intended people to live. won't be condemned like willful sinners. Sounds good to me. Sounds like the number one reason why becoming a Christian doesn't matter. So yeah, not knowing God won't condemn you. Good. Good for the Bible to say that out loud. True about the expanded universe lens, it's the same for us and Star Wars. Probably. I don't know anything about the extended universe of Star Wars, but I'm sure those who do probably buy into the franchise significantly more so. There's so much the books have to offer that isn't in the TV show / movie franchise. Childhood deaths or cancer, etc., are described as being done with souls so pure they could receive a physical body before just being called home without going through the trial of human life. I mean, they went through the trial of cancer, which is a child. It doesn't matter. You could be an adult or a child. It's pretty bad, right? I would say you had the trial. You had the worst part of human life, even as a kid who passes away from childhood cancer. I don't know about that. I hear it, but I'm not moving with the vibe. The Commonwealth is the last season. Oh, I don't know what that is. Daryl Dixon has a show now too. I heard about that. He wasn't my favorite character in the show, so I'm not really bought into like following anything specific to him. I had a hard time getting into it at first, but I ended up liking it too. Okay. Free agency or free will is a big theme in the LDS faith. Oh, interesting. So free will is a thing. But it's followed by, you may be free to choose, but you aren't free from consequences. I mean, that's fair. That's real life too. I mean, that's the non-religious world too, right? We have a concept that I think is supported by science, this idea that by and large, everything is kind of consequentialist, i.e. your genes, your upbringing, your nurturing, your life experiences have so much of a template on you. Some people have argued in the just in the realm of science and not philosophy and religion, just in science, that we're not actually like choosing the words and thoughts and ideas and actions and everything, but a good heuristic is to act like you are. Because if you really give up and believe that, well, my life is just decided, so who the hell cares what I do next? That's a bad lens to live within. And your better lens is to imagine that even if the world is entirely consequentialist, you do have some sort of decision to make in it. And that decision should always be the best for you and humankind, if you can. So because of consequences, because everything is action results in reaction. Sure, you can be a bastard and earn hell, and a lot of the clannish and passive aggression in the faith comes from people saying others are losing the path and such. I mean, that's an easy way to weaponize religion, right? Is like to say, here's how I view religion, here's my opponent, and my view sets their course or their direction out of it. Well, hello, it's a Riel. I saw you join the Discord server, and I swear you had joined like ages ago. And it was so weird to see my bot welcome you. And I was like, welcome, Riel. Why? Oh, were you really not in Discord before? Anyways, glad to have you aboard. Thank you. Thank you for being a full-fledged fledgling across so many different platforms. Riel is also one of the few people, not to call the rest of you out, who follows me on like most of my social media platforms. Even though a lot of them have gone dead since I have Sauron at my day job times where I can't really like produce online content for a minute until I figure out how to do that again. Yeah, it's so easy to weaponize. Like if this is where I identify what the faith's bounds are and my opponent is standing over here, I can say they've left the faith as I see it, and therefore they are, losing the path. Do I count as young or old in that stigma? Oh, I said 18 to 49. You're in the young demographic there, right? I don't think you're older than 49. Not to dox anybody's age. We don't talk about ages here. The Mormon religion gets a lot of guff and jokes about it, but trust me, the reality is weirder. Maybe that's why people joke so much about it. If anyone has curiosity or questions, though, I'm happy to clarify fact from fiction. Thanks, Tra. I appreciate a subject matter expert in the chat in that particular field. I'll forever defend Negan. Honestly, I enjoy the morally gray dudes as a, well, I'll just end there. And don't get me wrong, like, I didn't know about the whole anti-hero arc because I left long before we saw that. So I'm not saying that morally gray characters are bad for plot points. I like that idea, and I think they can be implemented in really great ways. And there are a number of stories that succeeded very well having the anti-hero or the morally gray character in the story. My complaint about The Walking Dead is how the show progressed in that vein, where they had a chance to continue sort of a relay race of, we've developed an audience, we've set up a what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, just like an agreement, a tacit agreement between the type of content we provide, what you expect, how you believe the show is going to formulaically evolve. And that's not to say that shows should stay formulaic, but just they've developed an audience and a vibe and a certain set of expectations, and they dashed them a few times in ways that I think were fascinating. And then the Negan, Shakespearean king guy and junkyard lady arc, they dashed them again and were like, what do you think about these dashed expectations? And literally everybody was just like, nah, not these ones. You dashed our expectations, too big dash. And maybe they redeemed it later on, but that's only good for the people that stayed. And for most people, me included, there was not enough staying power in what they did. What's up, Tigo? Is this your first playthrough? This is. So please, no spoilers. I don't know. First of all, I don't know where I am because I was so accommodated to being in the sort of like blue, purple, pink world, the magical like dream world sort of area, and this very like real world. Everybody's older, and we're having a fight about Basil right now. This is an awkward place to be, and it's too real. But I'm here for it. I'm curious to learn. This game is a delight so far, and even in the confusion about what's going on in this like real world part of the story, I'm enjoying it very much. Morally gray is my favorite color of hero in books. I agree too. I really super don't like people who do good because good is the thing to do. And I super don't like people who are villainous because power, and I like to see people hurt. The white hat, black hat polarities of old, I think, are super boring now. They're so overplayed. They haven't had a time where they've gone away for so long that it's time for them to come back either. That would be one thing. I do think that some things come in fashion again after taking a long hiatus. I do not think moral polarism, or polarity, I guess would be the word, where good all lives on the white, bad lives all on the black, and there is no action that cannot be perceived as purely good and purely evil, and it's just those two, and every character has to be a good or a bad, and that's it. I don't think that will come into fashion again. I think that was just a weird contrivance of a weird era in our culture, and I don't think it'll cycle back into culture. We know better now, and we'll just ever know better, I think. On the same line of thinking, mentally disabled people like folks with Down syndrome also get into heaven by default. Sure, why not? Because how could you possibly make a narrative that makes sense for some of the ways that they act off color or different from our moral standards? Oh, no, you shouldn't be doing that. Well, it's okay because they've got a special place in heaven. It's okay if they act, against our white and black version of the world. Another class of a pure special soul. Gotcha. I wouldn't argue this, not even a little bit. Applause for Damien to keep up with so many conversations and trains of thought. Dude, this is me. I love the. I'm so comfortable in this vein. The only thing I wish that I had is right in this cutscene, they cut the music. And I kind of like having just background music to my voice because I personally don't like just having like my voice and like nothing in the back. It's fine. Like if the situation where I am in the game is going to do that, I'm not going to like open up Spotify and try to play something in the background just to have something backing. But to me, like I'm putting on a show. And so like I'm thinking about the things as far as like lighting, my position on the camera, the soundscape and the whole thing. And so I generally like to have some sort of like mild backing music just to make a full and complete show. And right here, right in this standoff against Aubrey, they cut the music, they cut the backing music, and that's a little bit frustrating. But the multiple conversations, the deep dives, the different chats all at the same time, I fucking love this. And this is maybe one of the reasons why I do want this to be like a full-time, full-fledged, I can pay for the bills endeavor, because I come alive in this environment. I hope you guys do too. I hope it's interesting. I hope it's cultivates something within you. I hope it breeds a value to you, or especially to those of you that aren't active participators financially. I get it. I'm not an active financial participator in the streams that I love the best either, because we just can't. And but just that it is a free and awesome and amazing resource for you. I want that to be bigger and broader for so many people. I want to do that as much as I physically can, and it makes me so happy. It fills all of my favorite parts of who I am inside to be this. So yeah, thank you for the applause. We keep him busy as a chat. I love that. And not the crazy thing is, as busy as this chat's been, Likos is not in here. For those of you that know, he's another streamer on Twitch. And when he gets into my chats, I can't keep up with chat, because especially him, not only does he generate a lot of chat, but I think he generates within you guys a lot of your own ideas too. And you all get more vocal when he's around. And he's not here, and you guys are still a very vocal chat. So applause to you for being as engaged as you are. And thank you for a lovely night so far. I appreciate it. My favorite color of romantic partner, gray. I don't know. I personally, I don't want a partner that deals too much on the dark side of gray. If they do things that are just like ambiguously moral, that's fine. But if they do things that are really good and then things that are really bad, and that equates to gray, I don't know if I appreciate the bad stuff that they would do. It's impressive you can follow so many strands simultaneously, even with the delays. And I don't know if this is true for you guys, and I mentioned this before. This is just a theory of thought sort of thing. But I'm curious to ask you, before I go on my own personal journey on this, answer in chat. How many streams of thought do you believe or do you suspect that your brain is capable of? I.e., you're like playing a game and you've got the dialogue tree going, in, you know, a story that's happening with you as a character and your friends, and you see this person that in a past part of the game, or like when you were kids in the game, you were trying to rescue that person. Now you see them in the modern times, or, you know, like, I don't know what this is supposed to be, like 5 years in the future, 10 years in the future, who knows? Some point in the future, you see that they're safe, and you've got this whole story going. You've also got a conversation going in chat about religion, and one about The Walking Dead, and just about writing narratives in general. Kind of a side story about Star Wars as well, and some other people asking some little like minor conversations as well. You might also have some DMs happening over in your Discord, which I do. I have 2 DM threads that are happening, plus I see a post to Gluttony that I haven't checked right now. Plus my phone. Okay, nobody's contacting me on my phone. So it's just like, I don't have a whole lot of things happening right now. But in addition to all of that, even though there's no music playing right there, I do have music that's playing in my head, because I literally always do. I've been a musician the majority of my life now, a professional musician for less than half of my life, unfortunately. Eventually, I'll get to the point where it's more than half my life. And so out of the different threads of thought that I have that I can maintain in one sort of like, now, am I a multitasker? No. In fact, I think no human brain is. We generally round robin at
best. If we have multiple threads going on, you're not maintaining multiple threads at the same time. We are round robiners. What's a round robin? You might have various threads that are active in one span of time in your brain, and your brain hops from one to the next, back to the first, and to the second, to the third, and in succession. And so you're able to do like little bits of thought or advancement in one vein, and then you get bored or interested in the next one, and so you skip, and then you move, and you move. But we don't actually multitask as human beings. Our brains are not multitask brains on the conscious level. Subconsciously, obviously, I'm respirating, I'm blinking, my heart is beating. There are things happening, definitely in a multitask fashion, but most of those are subconscious. So I'm just curious, how many threads do you think you are actively, consciously managing or juggling or round robining around at the same time? For me, think about this for yourself for just a second. For me, it is 5. I thought about this very thoroughly, and I don't have 5 full-fledged threads. So, like one of my besties, who has admitted to me that she has 4, I think I have 4 full-fledged threads of conscious thought analysis. I can hold 4 topics live, 4 conversations, 4 lines of thought, 1 line of thought, and 3 unspoken lines of thought at the same time. And that adds up to 4. So why do I say 5? My 5th one is kind of vestigial. It's not as well developed as the other ones, but it maintains a jukebox. And by jukebox, I don't mean I can play a song. Maybe that's the wrong term. Let's call it a radio station. It is playing music all the time. I wake up with a song in my head. I have dreams with songs in the dream. I've dreamed of songs I've never heard before. I've woken up and written down the lyrics and the song styles for them after I learned music. So I have songs that I have on paper where I've got the chord progression and lyrics for a song that's never been written by anybody except my dream brain, and I woke up remembering it. I could be talking to you about literally anything, including something completely not related to music in any way, and there's still a song playing in my head. That's thread 5. So I don't want to oversell myself or make myself sound like some cerebral genius or weird savant or anything like that. I really only have 4 threads, and then I always have music playing on radio station thread number 5. That's what it is. So much like my other bestie who also says she has 4 threads, I think I have 4 threads. What about you guys? What do you got? Let me know. Let me catch up with chat. How far back do I have to go before I find something that I actually read out loud? That's when Riel came in. Oh, holy crap. It's been a while, hasn't it? I don't even have timestamps on. Why are my timestamps off on this particular platform? I don't know how to bring them up, and I'm afraid I will like break chat on this particular platform if I try to bring them up, so I'm just not going to bring them right now. What is your opinion on Xenos then? Xenos from Final Fantasy 14? He's awfully one-dimensional. I'm not really well sold on him. His whole purpose is like he has developed a boredom in the world, right? And his boredom is only quelled by interactions with the Warrior of Light, where suddenly there's like a bit of a spark of joie de vivre that was not in him in any other moment. That boredom makes him like deadly and scary to some people, but it's still awfully vapid of an experience. They didn't give him much more context, nuance, other components to his personality or anything like that. I wish for the importance and power and recurrence of him that every time we got to interact with Xenos, we would learn something that gave us more to his character. I apologize to everybody that doesn't know Final Fantasy 14 very well, who the heck this person is. go play the game. It's a delight. It's a delight outside of him. When you have characters like Drunken Black, I was never Emmett Selk. Emmett is crazy nuanced. There's so much to him. You learn an immense amount of his past and present and personal secret devotions, and the amount it gives me chills thinking about what they did with that character. And then to have somebody that keeps coming back as often as Emmett did, like Xenos, and have him to be so one-dimensional. I'm bored except when I'm around the Warrior of Light. I've just summed up the entire character. Pathetic. Anyway, yeah. I want to clarify in books. Oh, gotcha. Not romantic partner IRL. I adore that these types of conversations occur so regularly here. It's refreshing. I just don't go too in depth on a lot of these topics very often otherwise. Honestly, that's kind of why I want this brand to exist and to continue to grow, is because this doesn't naturally always exist here for so many people. And I think a number of people have really been convinced that their life could just be filled with consumption. Who out there is going to develop the IP that's going to distract you long enough so that you forget about ever thinking deeply about anything for the rest of your life? Somebody out there is trying. Somebody out there is really trying to disengage you from your life, from deeply introspecting or having an introspective analysis, or being curious about what are you doing with your time here? How are you affecting the goals that you want to do on this planet? How long do you have left to live? And what do you want to do with that time here? Except, indulge in somebody else's creative work and give them your money. There's a war for your attention. And I want to fight that war on your behalf to get it back in your hands. Now, if you go and you decide, well, I just want to go spend it now in this intellectual property, fine. Make that decision willingly, though. I want you at least to be awake enough that if you go into a slumber deep into consumption of other people's work and do nothing about it for yourself, that you've at least made that choice of your own volition and not because you've been manipulated to turn everything off. Because your work is so tiring and you get home and all you just want to do is smoke a big bowl and binge a show and go to sleep so you can do it all again tomorrow. And soon enough, you're at retirement. And what have you done with your life? And if that's all that you care about, then don't worry about this. Then this is not for you. I just want to try to reach the people who hear this and they're like, shit, you're right. There are things that I'm intending to do besides just consumption. Then I'm here for you guys. But if you do just want to close your eyes and go back to sleep, cool. No judgments. Honestly, there are honestly plenty of people on this planet who are probably not here, who probably weren't procreated by your parents with the innate concept of, I want to do something big. You kind of just want to live your life, not really leave a legacy and not really worry about it. And all the pressure of all that kind of stuff is well beyond what you care. I'm not here to make you care. I just want to help the people who do care. And if you do just want to go back to sleep, I want to help you go back to sleep. Probably. Yeah. I want to clarify too. I did not mean just the books. Nice. Other mediums too, but I don't think Stewart is in that category. I don't feel like he seems morally gray, just sort of morally chaotic at times. No, not morally. A good person, but chaotic in demeanor. Era, well, he could be. Era? What are we talking about? Stewart? The trolling is more chaotic than evil. He's a bit gray, but not dark. Yeah, just sort of troll. I think he's good too good-natured to go full dark side. Yeah, on the moral compass, Stewart's 100% good. There's no neutral there. I have a lot of stuff going in my brain, and the jumps in topic become confusing for most people. I don't feel like anybody who will stay in this chat gets confused, honestly. If you are confused, and I do think I've seen this every once in a while, I do see some people come in drop a comment or two, and then I will never see them again ever again. And I think for them, the format of the way that we have conversations, the way that we talk, and the way that we jump across different topics, or that we can have 2 or 3 concurrent conversations at the same time and go deep dive as far as we do, and also like not progress the gameplay. If you can't keep up with that, or it is frustrating for you mentally, and this is not what you signed up for, there are tons of people on streaming platforms that will better suit what you are looking for culturally. So I like, just by the nature of the way that we conduct the shows here, I think it's a natural filter on certain people as to whether they'll stay or not stay. Speak of the not devil. Oh, that Stuart came back. My ex used to record me singing in my sleep. Ooh, that's kind of, I mean, did you consent to that at least? Could be interesting to hear how you generate songs while you're asleep. I wish there was a way to view the multi-chat so that I know where you are in the messages. I always get so lost because you're answering things I posted 10 minutes ago. Yeah, that's the one thing. I do wish, I mean, I could pull this up on stream so that people were watching where I was on the back chat. But I do try to read everybody's chat out loud. So at least I'm not reacting to. This is the one thing that bothers me the most about any other streamer on any streaming platform. And so I refuse to do this. There are some people who react to what people have typed without saying what that person has typed. Even if it's a slow chat and there's like only 1 or 2 chats on the screen, and they read it and they're like, yeah, I agree, man. That's wild. But you didn't hear what they agreed to. And you can't, like, maybe you're on mobile, or maybe you're in a format where you just can't see the chat, or you're in a different platform if they're doing multi-streaming. Like, what are they reacting to? And of course, if chat gets more rigorous, there's the chat's like really scrolling through a lot of other people chatting. If you talk like that, if you don't read and react, you're going to lose everybody. It's a bad format. It's a bad choice. So I do try to at least read what you say, react to it, so that you know the format, at least audio, where I am. I feel... Who's lurking? Call of the Madre, say hi. Well, I don't know. Your mom probably doesn't know who I am, but enjoy the call. I feel alienated, unfortunately, because I want to talk at all since it'll delay gameplay. Oh, no. Well, I hate to say it, but one, I like to hear your thoughts because I think you've got a really interesting mind as well. And I like to hear the input that you've had so far. I appreciate your viewpoints on things, Kara. But I also understand that you like watching gameplay streamers. So I get the sort of like conflict of interest there in both sides. Yeah. I say the vast majority of us would not be upset by derailment if that's what keeps you from chatting. Upset by derailment? Oh, keeps Kara from chatting? Even if your opinions oppose the topic, it's all in good discourse. I honestly, there are some of you who have slightly disparate ideas to what I agree with, and it's not just about soap-based. Like some like really deeper topics. In fact, there's this one person who used to be in chat. He was like a minor politician for like a weird fringe political party. And he had viewpoints that everybody disagreed with. But he got people talking and got people arguing with him. And I think he just didn't like people arguing with him. And I'm like, shit, I wish you would stay, because if you just had the mental fortitude to let people argue with you, the discourse is good and you get your ideas aired out and other people can hear your viewpoint. You can stand up for yourself. But he was one of those people that if you oppose him too much, he gets frustrated and nopes out. But yeah, I personally, I don't need you to agree with me to be friendly. I don't want people to have the same ideas I do. I might get heated in trying to, disprove you or tell you that I think your idea is bad. But then I want you to tell me how my idea is bad. And I step up for that particular feeling. But I wouldn't force that on anybody. That's not that level of confrontational connection. Oh, that was quick. She figured out how to fix her computer herself. Oh, well, look at that. you must have armed her with some good, or maybe she armed herself with some really good pattern or personal tools, internal tool sets. We don't need to disagree or argue or debate in order for me to be interested in your viewpoints. But sometimes I personally thrive off of those. So I would never say, if I say something and you're like, I don't know, I don't agree with D right now, that you're in a wrong space. Hopefully, if you're not off put by my view on things and you want to say your view, then I like to learn that kind of stuff. Part of the reason why I've investigated streaming to different platforms like I have is because I like to reach out to such a broad range of different people culturally and societally from different language bases and different parts of the world, such that some people might hear my thoughts and go, oh, you know, you're just a product of this propaganda, or you only believe that because of your life experiences, and that's actually like this. And I'm, interesting, what's your proof? And then they procure something and then, oh, well, here's some anti-proof to that. And, you know, becomes lively in that way. To me, I like that kind of stuff. I learn something new every time, and I've definitely been challenged here to make changes. Hopefully not like, well, I don't necessarily stand here to like tell you what you should change, but if something that I say inspires you to internally make a change, that personally is cool. I feel like I'm fearful that sometimes the way I talk, I produce the ideas and opinions within my head in a way that I want to try to convince you that they are the right and best path. And I encourage you to always question that and always fact check anything that I may have claimed, because I do come from some pre-programming as well, some of which I'm really working to dismantle right now, and would love to go back and tell people that some 5 to 10 years ago, things that I've said, I'd probably like to go back and reassess and be like, well, let's check and see how right I was, because I feel like some of it was like, programming and propaganda that I consumed. But I'd at least like to get people thinking, well, I haven't heard that point, and I'd like to go check the veracity of that. And then in you checking the veracity, if you make a change, cool. But don't take anything I say as gospel per se. And then if you find something that I've said to be incorrect, God, please course correct me. Because one thing that I hate is asserting things with the level of fortitude that I can in saying things out loud, my level of charisma, and then being wrong. That feels awful. So I love being corrected. Yeah. I was fine with that. The songs the songs that you were singing in your sleep were pretty. I'd never heard them before in my life, and I don't think that was an actual language. Well, I mean, have you ever heard of the band Sigur Rós? They're from, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. They're from Iceland, and they don't sing in Icelandic. They sing in it's one of two things. I'd have to do research on this, or maybe somebody who's a fan of them knows this off the top of their heads. They either sing in a language that was fabricated for the sake of singing their own music, and it's all like this sort of conlang sort of thing, like High Valyrian or Dothraki or Klingon or whatever, or it's not actually any language at all, and they just pick sounds that sound great in the various parts of the song as they're singing it, i.e. they get to this high point and they want to have a big wide vowel sound because it's going to sound great to sing that note with a wide vowel right at that part in the song, and so they just choose that sound. It could just be tonally and consonants and vowels and stuff chosen to best suit the music as they see fit. I forget which one of those two it is, but what I do know is it's not any real language. So you listen to it and it's like, wow, I have no idea what sort of sounds you're producing, but they all sound fantastic in the songs that you're doing. Yeah. I appreciate you reading the comment, but sometimes I can't find it in chat. Yeah. I do try to keep up as fast as I can, but sometimes the chat does escape me. And eventually, if I keep this thing growing, will I eventually get to a point where I'm going to be skipping people's chats? I hate it, but it's true. It will happen. And I don't want it to happen, but at some point it will have to happen. I will try my best to at least read the most meaningful. But I hate the fact that the bigger you get, the less chats you'll be able to read and keep up with the show. So I'll just try my best. Yeah. I don't know if it's a YouTube comment or something. Oh, that's the other thing is if you're watching on Twitch and you try to scroll up, you can see all the Twitch comments, but you're not able to see the other comments unless you're also watching like on another window on YouTube, which you could do because it helps me on the YouTube algorithm, but I'm not going to twist anybody's arms. Yeah. Okay. Shall we continue on with this dialogue that we stopped some like 30 minutes ago? Aubrey just mad, angry, staring at us because her friend was allowed to harass Basil, and that's okay because Aubrey's going to defend Kim over here with the cool ass haircut. Kim does have a cool haircut. And the pompadour person next to Kim's pretty cool too. They're not all that cool, but some of these, I mean, I think they're all cool actually. Everybody's on wheels looks pretty cool. But honestly, if that's Basil there on the left with the little flower in the head, Basil looks pretty cool too. Everybody's, I like the art style in this game, I mean to say. Damien's here? I'm right there. Can't you just look next to Kel and see me? I'm right there, Aubrey. ... Wow, it really is you. It's been a while, but you haven't changed a bit. How long has it been since you left your house? Wow, rude. 3 years? Maybe 4? It must have been nice to live in your own little bubble. Watch it, Aubrey. You don't know what he's been through. It's true. Huh. Whatever. Aubrey. That is Basil, now that I see the close-up. The hair looks a little bit different in the sprite model than in the, the profile pic. Aubrey, please, listen to me. Oh, Kim's being a little bitch. Kim, swear. We're going to have a showdown. Hey, stop that. Leave it alone, Kel. This isn't your problem. What the heck is wrong with you, Aubrey? Damien, come on, we've got to do something. Oh, we're going to fight. Now we got bad blood. Are you guys really picking a fight? Oh, shit. Aubrey's going to throw down. Sure. Why not? Yeah, she got that. You see the shadow, the little shading underneath the eye on the top of the cheek right there? Those are fight eyes. That's fight cheek skin. When the cheek skin turns dark like that, you know they're gonna fight you. I can chameleon that skin right there. When it turns brown, then you know that I'm ready to fight somebody. The two of you against me, how's that sound? Sorry, I'm just making fun. Come at me, I'll take on the both of you. Oh shit. Oh, look at that, interesting. Somebody took like a picture of a park and then added a pixelized back filter over it, and it looks like a 1995 computer wallpaper now in the background. Interesting. Oh shit! Should I have healed Omori, or sorry, little Damien, little D over there? I guess we'll figure this out. Calm down. Removes emotions and heals some heart. I could do that to me. Or guard. Let's just attack for now. My health is okay. All right, Aubrey. Listen, I see that bat, but also, I don't know. I'm going to hurt you. Kel encourages Damien, raises Damien's attack. I like that. Let's do that because I want D to beat the shit out of Aubrey. I'm just kidding. I don't know what's going on right now. Why are two boys fighting this girl with the bat in the middle of a park with a bunch of other people watching? And is this feels weird. All of this feels really weird. Why does Aubrey look like she's been chasing the dragon? Maybe. I don't know what's going on in this part of the story arc, to be honest. Thank you, Riel, for doing the shred. Nobody plays with my new emojis as much as I want them to. I appreciate it. All right, encourage D. Oh, yeah, that happened first. Great. Attack Rose. Oh, that was a pretty good amount of damage. Oh, that was a big amount. 112. Holy crap. She did 30 damage to Kel, and Lil D did more than 100 damage to her. And so she answers back, Gah! Is how I would pronounce that. What the? Is that a knife? Oh, I forgot I had a steak knife. These are college, not quite college, late high school. How old are these? I don't know. I don't want to know. Don't tell me, actually, because I don't need to know that kind of stuff. But like, what is literally happening right now and is freaking me out a little bit is she's got a bat with nails in it, and Lil D has a steak knife as a weapon. She just got shivved by the shut-in who came out of his house. He left his house, did a bunch of work, raised over $100, gave a bunch of it to a hobo, and then shivved a girl in the park. This game is freaking me out a little bit. Perfect, to be perfectly honest. You even commented about it? The knife? Yeah. I thought you'd enjoy this game. When I say it's wigging me out a little bit, I mean in a good way. Like, I'm here for it. I hate to say it, but I'm here for it. Oh, that's the end of the fight. Yeah, she's bleeding now. Oh, yeah, she's down. All of her friends are going to crowd around her. They got to take her to the hospital. She could be mortally wounded for all we know. You stab right in the stomach. You know, what are you going to... You got to rush her to the hospital immediately. They got to stitch everything up. They got to do surgery possibly. Like, this could be it. They got to move fast. Although, mind you, she had a bat with nails in it, too. If she socked the shit out of Kel, she could she could immediately bust open his skull. The whole thing, this got real bad, real fast. Like, we're not fighting weird fantasy monsters anymore. Holy shit, man. Oh, shoot. Aubrey, are you okay? You're hurt. I'm fine. She is not. No, you're not. You're bleeding. Come on, we got to get you out of here. I'll get you back for this. Okay, well, she's good enough to ride her bike or something, I guess, out. I hope you all immediately go to the hospital or some shit. Was this called for? They hit Basil, but I don't know how they hit Basil. It looked like Kim, like, bumped Basil with a bike, but it could have been like they tried to run over them. I don't know. I don't. Oof. It's escalated quickly. All you really know so far from a previous stream is that Hero's gone for college, right? And now you learn that Damien hasn't left his house in a while. Yeah, maybe 3 or 4 years. And left with a steak knife and decided to stab somebody with it when there was an altercation in the park. Good shit. And also, I've used that knife to stab several times when caught in the white space. So there's that too. If that was even Damien. Whoa. That was about to get really messy. Kel, that got really messy. I hate to say it, but about to is 5 minutes ago. We got the messy already. Good thing you have your knife there. We would... Are you kidding me? Well, wait a sec. I think it's just dawning on Kel. Yeah, this went real bad. This went real bad, Kel. Give me that. Kel took away your steak knife. Good friend. Good friend. I had the same scenario happen. No, I didn't have this same scenario happen. This didn't happen. I was working on a physics project, a group project, and I had to go to another guy's house in my class. So this was in high school. I think it was a junior year. My mom drove me. No, maybe the guy drove me. He was a senior. He could already drive. I think he picked me up from my house, took me to his place, and we were working on building a bridge to withstand 200 pounds or more. No, maybe like 250 pounds of weight or something. And we had to use popsicle sticks. I don't remember the whole project or whatever. And so we're gathering glue and wood and bullshit like that. And he gets a phone call and he says, come over immediately. And this guy comes over that I've never seen before in person. I knew him from online. This guy comes over to his house, and the person I was working on the physics project with, he meets this new friend that's just come over, and he's like, empty out your pockets. And the guy had a knife, and he's like, give me the knife. And he says, I'm going to put this somewhere where you can't get it. And he also like took all the like steak knives and sharp cutting knives and everything from the kitchen. And he says, I'm going to take this whole drawer and I'm going to move this too. And they talked for a little while in private. And then that guy who came over with the knife to seek out support, mental help or whatever from my partner, he then sat down with us and he's like, what are you guys working on? We're like, we have to build a bridge out of these like wood pieces. And he's like, oh, well, I'm a physics major in college. He was like older than both of us. And he's like, here's what you need to do. We ended up building like the best project in the entire class because we cheated, because this guy who was going to cause personal harm or maybe harm to somebody else came over to have a voice of reason step in and take his knife from him for a night. And then he helped us out. It was like, thanks for taking my knife away. Let me give you the best bridge that your class has ever seen. Yeah, that happened. That actually literally happened to me in my real world. I did that science project in junior high. Interesting. Yeah, we had weights that would get put on the bridge or whatever that you had to make, and the physics teacher ran out of weights, and he took them off and then stood on it himself with his entire body weight. And it held him up too. I think he was more than 250 pounds just by the looks of and the height and everything. His body build, I think he was more than 250 pounds. He did end up breaking it, but it wasn't because the little bridge that we made couldn't stand his weight. He lost his balance a little bit and he rocked on his feet. And so like he kind of was up on his front toes a little bit while his heels were up because he like leaned forward a little bit like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And when his weight shifted to just half the bridge, it snapped part of it, and he stepped off of it real quick before it made him fall. So yeah, it would have held his weight if he could have held his balance better. And all because my lab partner took away some dude's knife. You shouldn't be carrying things around like this, Damien. That's dangerous. It's not just dangerous. It was already I already stabbed somebody. Blaisdell. Blaze, it's been a while. Hi and welcome. What does the stream title mean? Oh, it's a reference. Do you know the song It Was a Good Day? Yeah. It was a reference to song lyrics from that particular song. And I changed South Central LA to the name of this town that we're in right now, which is called Faraway, I think it's called. I looked it up. I'm pretty sure that's what the name of it is. So it's just, I always have music playing in my head, as I mentioned not too far earlier on the stream. ... Aubrey's really changed since you last saw her. Her and her new friends have been nothing but trouble. Poor Basil. Let's check if he's okay. Yeah, let's check. Because that's kind of sad. What's going on here, Basil? There's other stuff. We could probably check in here. No, okay. Kel really wants us to check on Basil. Sorry, I was just gonna walk around a little bit, I promise. Hey, Basil, how are you doing? I'm fine. Thank you. Kel. I don't know if you noticed, but Damien is here too. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Why does everybody immediately refer to Kel but have to be like told that I am there to like see me? That feels kind of weird. It doesn't necessarily feel like I'm a figment of people's imagination sort of weird, but it feels a little bit weird. Say hi, Damien. Oh, hey, Damien. It's been a while, hasn't it? Woohoo! What a happy reunion. So, did you want to hang out with us today? Okay. Are we going to be 3 people? Oh, I'm sorry. I'd love to, but I should probably head home. Huh? Really? Are you sure? My grandma hasn't been feeling too well lately. I will pause for Twitch ads because some of y'all are not Twitch ads skippers, and I would hate to skip the people who can't skip. I guess I should say. Yeah. I'm not friends necessarily with either of those people anymore. That neither my lab partner for that one project in physics from junior year, or the guy who was gonna go stabby and then sought out help so he wouldn't go stabby. But for those of you that are friends of stream and know who Kaistiana is, she knows both of those people intimately well as I do. So we both have a weird sordid past when it comes to like some of the darker people around where we both had some of our teenage and early 20s years. Yeah. I feel like I had multiple different acts of my life and you can sort of perceive it in different ways. So I feel like if I ever sat down to write my memoirs or my autobiography, maybe I should do it through like a few different lenses just so people can hear like the same tale but from like a different viewpoint each time. Because I think looking back on most of our lives, the way we perceive schooling, we do often feel like each year of formal education feels very different than other years. So like my junior year of high school was significantly different from my senior year and my sophomore year. Those were really different experiences. And after I graduated high school, it was another very different experience. So you could look at my life in the lens of how was I each year of institutionalized learning? And then after that, I don't know what you would do after I wasn't going to school anymore. Would you do it based on career then? Well, here were my 5 years at this job. And then my next job after that was for, 5 more years doing this. Maybe. But you could also look at things in terms of like relationships. I'm personally like kind of a serial monogamist. So I feel like I spend a lot of my life in one relationship, hopping out of that, immediately finding somebody else to date and turning that into another full-time relationship or like a steady boyfriend girlfriend relationship. So like you could also rate me in terms of who was I with at any given time. And there's probably a bunch of other ways you could sort of take a lens on the same story. Maybe I could write my entire life story through 3 or 4 different lenses, and each pass through, I would tell parts of the story through a different lens then, instead of doing it all just like cumulatively. I've never actually read anybody's memoirs or autobiographies. Do they generally just go like, here's how I was in my formative youth, and then as I got older, and then I became an adult, and then my career? Like, is it always just sort of from beginning to end or whatever? How do people do it? I don't know. Serial lady killer? No. Definitely not. I did tend to end up with people who wanted to stay with me once we were in a relationship. And so as far as like lady killer goes, did I do the majority of breaking up? I did. It was usually on me. I usually broke hearts and went off to do something else. But the nuance of each one was actually rather complicated. So I don't know if I'd say, like, I am a disenfranchiser of women's hearts. I don't take women's emotions for, you know, at their, what's the word I'm looking for? At their full value. I discard people that I'm in a relationship with. It wasn't that. A number of reasons why things ended were for very valid reasons or confused reasons, but valid at the time, you know? But I had some really heart-wrenching dumps where the girl, you know, didn't just say, this is the end, but like really shattered things in my heart and world. I've done my share of crying and rolling on the ground in agony from a broken heart or from being ghosted or disenfranchised for whatever reason, falling in what I thought was complete love, where my heart would be 100% taken up with this person forever until they changed their mind. Which, thank God, love doesn't work that way, where you lose what you think is the love of your life and they don't agree to ever come back, then you're just like, you'll never do love ever again. Some people might think that. I've thought that for parts of my life. I also have this problem. Oh no. Champagne problems, but it's burdensome to always be the one to break things off. I don't like to be in charge. I don't like to be the inciting action in a relationship. I also don't like to be like the one that decides everything, or sort of like the master over somebody, not master, but like the one who has like more power, like the arbiter of decisions and choices. Like, I don't know, what do you want to do? And then I say, and then they just go, yeah, okay, well, that's what you want to do, so that's what we're going to do. I don't like that. I don't like that power. And so therefore, I am kind of turned off, unfortunately, for people that want this. I'm turned off by the sort of relationship mechanic where somebody's looking for a strong, decisive, confident leader type person to tell them what we're going to do for fun, tell them how we're going to enjoy our time together, tell them how things are going to go and the structure of our relationship and all that sort of thing. I'm so much more egalitarian. I definitely don't want somebody to do that to me either. So it's not, oh, I've got the weak personality and I really need, a strong person to step over me and tell me how it's going to be. But I don't want to be that person either. I'm really, really 50-50. So I very much fight for, if you don't know what to do and I don't know what to do, then we'll have to figure out some other heuristic, because I don't want to be the one to be like, this is what we're doing, babe. That I've got all the answers within me. I'll cosplay it a little bit if it's a matter of like, well, I like to see that every once in a while in my partner. I'll pretend it a little bit, but I'm not comfortable being that 100%. My ex and I were in a class together, and I was going to wait until that class was over to break up. But he ended it sooner, and I was thrilled. Oh, yeah, good. I skipped to class. That's funny. Like you both were thinking it. Like, oh, good. He beat me to the punch. Now we're both happy. That's funny. I don't think I've ever been broken up with somebody where I was happy. Every time she broke up with me, I wasn't ready. And every time I've broken up with her, every time, hang on, let me think. Every time I've broken up with her, she wasn't ready. Yeah, we were never on the same page in a breakup, in other words. Every time there was a breakup in my life, in my relationships, I or the other person was like, fuck, not yet. Or no, how can we save this? So not graceful. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. Let us at least walk you home. It's been so long since we've all hung out. All right then. Thank you. Okay, so are we all together? We are. Oh, I don't actually know where Basil lives. Weren't you guys just going to drop me off? I guess we are. So I guess I was just thinking maybe we'll navigate the park, but now Basil doesn't want us to do that, so we just won't do that. Where's your home, Basil? I hope it's this way, because if it's not this way, I don't know what we're doing. I guess if we make a wrong turn, Basil's going to speak up. Is it this way? That's not the way to Basil's house. Remember, Damien? It's on the street that's diagonal from ours, from the crosswalk. Oh. Okay. This way? This way. Oh, we haven't been here before. Meow. Okay, hi. A pinwheel blows freely in the wind. Sure. A fire hydrant. Yeah, I don't think we've been down here yet. It must be this way. This must be Basil's house. Remember how much he loved growing and gardening and flowers? This is it. There's Basil's house. It's that one with the green roof. Green roof for a green thumb, right? Can we navigate and look around your stuff? Black trash can, flowers, fertilizer, PU, a potted plant, some potted plants, flowers. Wow, they spared no expense writing the description for all of these. Some potted plants. Okay, we'll go inside. Or we will not. Thanks for walking me home. No problemo. If you ever need anything from me, just ask, okay? We'll catch you later, Basil. Oh, okay. Why is Basil so weird about us? We're obviously not friends in this era of us. In fact, Basil's like shaking. Wait, what's going on? Oh my god. Okay, never mind. Maybe he is okay. Does want our friendship. Wait, please don't go. What's going on? Why is he so wigged out right now? I mean, I'm so sorry. Actually, I have a favor to ask. Anything, Basil. What do you need? Well, you see, something important was taken from me. Oh, we're doing a quest. Gotcha. Quest going, people. Let's do a quest then. When we used to be friends. Wait, what do you mean used to be? What happened? Do you remember how I used to take pictures of everyone? Of course I remember. Those photos meant everything to you. Right. Well, Aubrey, she took my photo album and... Aubrey stole your photo album? Oh, yeah, we got bad blood. We got bad blood. Well, she won't give it back. What a scumbag. Don't you worry about a thing, Basil. Me and Damien got you covered. Okay. Thank you. Okay. By the way, about what you said before, we're still friends. Aw, look at Cal. What a nice guy. What a sweet. He's making reparations. I want you to know that, okay? ... Okay. Well, I'll see you later. Oh, goodbye. You're not going to help us fight Aubrey? Okay, bye. Maybe you have poisonous flowers or something you could use in a serum and... No, I'm just kidding. I don't think Basil's that way. Come on, Damien. There's no time to lose. We got a photo album to find. Let's check Faraway Park for clues. Okay. Well, I know where that is. Let's go walk over here. We'll walk past the kitty. We won't get hit by a car, I hope. It's been a while since we've saved, but that's okay. Okay, we're back at the park. Now it looks like we can sort of free walk. Oh, there's something there. Somebody's shaking in that tree.
Looks like Aubrey isn't here. Oh, wait, I know you. Your name's Charlie, right? I see you hanging around Aubrey sometimes. You know where she is? ... You know, Charlie, I can tell you're not really the mean type of person. Aubrey took something important from Basil, and we need to get it back. Is there any way you can help us?
Charlie won't talk, but they're going to punch the tree. Oh, it's the Pompadour dude. What's up, Pompadour?
Who? What? Where? What did you do that for? If it isn't Kellen, that weird knife guy. We're the adversaries for the great and mighty Angel.
Was this Angel? Okay.
Finally, it's time for you to meet your doom.
Oh, God, we're going to fight?
Angel, we don't have time for this. We just want to find Aubrey. Do you know where she is? You seek Aubrey, do you? Interesting. I will tell you what I know. But first, you must best me in battle.
Kel, you got that knife? Because if I can't stab him, maybe you can stab him.
Battle? But I don't want to punch a kid.
Oh, is this somebody younger than them? Does Aubrey have like a club of young kids helping her out? That's kind of weird, right?
You won't be able to lay a finger on me. Come on. Let's sick him, Charlie.
Oh, we're fighting Charlie too? All right, Charlie. Let's go. Oh, God. Charlie did the thing too. Whoa, what the hell? Oh, it's like Charlie Brown. Because he's got the Charlie Brown zigzags on the sweatshirt or whatever. All right. So, okay. I don't have a knife anymore, but I guess we're going to try this. Let's fight. Let's fight Angel first. They were the perpetrator. Maybe we don't have to fight Charlie if we don't have to. Why don't you encourage me? Kel gives some encouragement. Demons attack Rose. Angel swiftly strikes Kel. Oh, crap. Charlie is standing there. Okay, Angel took 28 damage. How are you on health? Not terrific. Do you have any other skill besides encourage? Not really. I guess just attack also. Oh, threw the basketball. 40 damage. Holy crap.
You surprised me, Kel. You would make a worthy rival for my master.
Who is Aubrey or what's going on? Oh, smacked Kel. How dare you? Charlie's just standing there. All right. Well, more smack. I think this is the way because Angel's health is like really low now. Angel does a flip and strikes a pose. I hope that's the waste of their turn.
You'll pay for this.
Charlie just ... Okay, is that the end of combat? Good. I'm glad we didn't fight Charlie. I kind of felt like maybe that was the right thing to do. Charlie got roped into the battle. Angel was like the perpetrator. So we'll just fight the person who's got the pepper in them and take the pepper out.
How could this be? My training was all for nothing. ... Ow, my head hurts. You're the one who started it. You bully.
Okay.
Okay, Angel, it's time to be serious now. We beat you and Charlie, so tell us where Aubrey is. A promise is a promise, I suppose. I will honor my word and tell you what I know.
Spit it out.
The truth is, Aubrey is somewhere in Faraway Town. Probably.
Oh, you bastard.
Dang it, Angel. You better not be messing around or else.
I told you I'd tell you what I know. And the truth is, I don't know anything.
Angel, you better tell us where she is now. Or else I'll tell everyone about that time you wet your bed at summer camp.
Oh, shit. He's taking out the big guns. Kel's got some real high attack.
What? You can't do that. That's cheating.
Anyway, I really don't know.
Maybe you could ask my master, the Maverick.
Wait, I thought Aubrey was your master. Who's the Maverick?
He's the keeper of all
knowledge? The Maverick? He told me that himself. Oh, okay. What's up, Munish? Pisses me off.
The Maverick? Oh no. You mean that weird kid, Mikhail?
Don't you dare call him by that name. Okay. He would take great offense to that. I changed my icon and it came through. Oh, cool. I can't see it up close. But it looks kind of purpley, which is my favorite color.
I see. So it is him. Where could I find the Maverick?
I'll tell you what I know, but you'll have to fight me first. Oh, come on. Stop. I already hurt your head. Forget this. It's a drawing of a girl. Oh, cool.
Or I could tell everyone about that time you...
Okay, fine. I'll talk. Master went to the fountain at the Faraway Plaza. He said he was going to meet some girls there for the date or something.
Ugh. Disgusting.
Come on, Damien. Let's go to Faraway Plaza. I think we're done here. Have you played Deltarune? Oh, Munish? All right, we'll leave these two alone. Charlie's not getting to talk to me. Goodbye, Charlie. All right, did we do everything in here that we needed to do? Oh, hello. Okay, thanks. Oh, today is such a beautiful day, don't you think? I might not have any money, but at least sunlight is free. So anyways, lads, could you spare me some change during this hard time? Sure, have $10. Are you sure you want to donate 10? Yeah. Take it. Currently donated $10 to Old Hobo. Thanks, lads. I'll be sure to pay you back somehow.
Yeah.
Do we do it again? Can we do this like immediately? They got like 80 more bucks. Sure. Here's 10 more. You've currently donated 20 to the Old Hobo. Be sure to pay you back somehow. Talk again. Such a beautiful day. Sunlight's free. Yes, I'll spare you some change. Here's 10 more bucks. I'm so sure. 30 bucks. Be sure to pay you back somehow. No, one more time. He's got such a long dialogue. Sure. $10 more. Yeah. There's 40 bucks. Okay. Anyway.
When I was younger, my family used to go to this park a lot. I remember there being a lake with a statue in the middle, but I can't find it anywhere.
I remember talking to these people already. Oh, picnic basket. I forgot there was a save spot right here. I was going all the way back to my house. Oh, but I guess if you went into the park, it would have started that cutscene and would have done like all of this stuff, and I wouldn't have been able to have saved. So I think we were doing the right thing, to be honest, not coming in here and using this save. I think we pretty much talked to everybody else here already, though, and it doesn't seem like their dialogue's changed. Damien will play it after a couple other games. Can't wait. Yeah, I've got this and Kindergarten 1 and 2. And is there 3? At least 1 and 2. And then, is it Deltarune after that? Yeah, something like that. So charitable. I don't know, what else am I going to do the money for? When somebody says, can you spare money in a video game, you give them money because it either gives you stuff or you just waste the money. And either way, I don't know, who cares? Actually stole money during these segments? Oh, damn. The cat? Wait, this cat? Oh, can't interact with that cat. This cat? Large metal cat. You remember it being a lot bigger. Yeah, I interacted with that one already. Was Stars in Time? Oh yeah, that's on the list too. Yeah, it is. And I got this Stars in Time expansion thingy. I think you told me when it was on sale and I was able to grab it for really, really cheap. Kindergarten, Undertale Pacifist. Yeah, Stars in Time, Deltarune. I think that's right. Should be able to steal money. Oh, that's okay. I'll play this on good mode. I generally can't play games where there's choices as like the bad guy. I hate being the bad guy in games. I tried it a couple times. It's just not in my blood. I'd rather look up the bad ending than play through to get it. That's how bad I don't like playing it.
And then I told him it's not Maverick. It's the Maverick. Oh, the Maverick, you're so funny. Ho ho, what an amazing story. The Maverick. God. Girls, girls, please. There's enough of me to go around.
I remember this guy. He was standing in the back when we were confronting Aubrey.
Mikhail, what are you doing?
Huh.
If it isn't Kel, my arch nemesis.
Okay, I guess we got some bad blood. Shit. I hate the Maverick.
You are my dad.
It's an Oz.
You're my dad. Wookie, wookie, wookie.
Want to see something exciting? Yeah. Did you already? I don't see any DMs. What you got? Sometimes bad ending is an entirely different path, not just an ending, but you can look it up later. Yeah. Well, I mean, what I mean by bad ending isn't like necessarily like the ending that is bad, but like being the bad person. You know what I mean? Like being the character that makes the choices that are usually perceived as like negative, bullying, mean, the evil course or whatever. In some games, like that's a very valid and valuable course in and of itself. It has a really cool, like, different ending. Not that it was like the lame ending. In fact, sometimes in some games, like in Layers of Fear, there's the neutral ending where you didn't do enough in either direction. That's the worst or the lamest of the endings. Whereas if you commit to doing the good things or doing the bad things, you get a better ending in either polarity. You just should be more polarized in that game. Ooh. Nice. Is this am I looking at the magic circle, Oz? What am I looking at here? It looks like a cup. This game, at least, you don't have much of a choice on how bad you are in this game. Oh, okay, good. I get to Teddy tonight. Oh, yeah. It's fire season, so he's kind of work mode nonstop. Ugh, yeah. I mean, for a job like he's got, you can't decide when you want a personal life, right? You're at the mercy of your career in many ways, and anybody relating to that, external to that job, is always going to be second priority. So nice when that happens. Good stuff. This is a little birdie body. Aw, I'm on row 9. Oh, you're doing from the bird books, yeah? Good stuff. It's got structure to it already. Yeah, okay.
finally here to admit defeat, are you? I don't have time for this, Mikhail. We're looking for Aubrey. Have you seen her around? So stop calling me that. I cast away that name a long time ago. Mikhail, do you know where she is or not? Again with that godforsaken name. How dare you make a fool out of me? I, the Maverick, will not stand for this. Prepare to face your doom.
Okay.
Watch this, ladies.
This guy is. He's a lot. I finally figured out how to magic circle without it being blob. Nice. Was it, did you get Mika's input on the sitch? I know she was like, I'll help you. I will get you out of this quagmire of bad magic circle.
I'll wipe the floor with this loser.
Please, Mikhail, don't do this to yourself. I'm gonna ask one more time.
Fight me, you wad. Don't be a chicken.
Are we really gonna do this? Okay then. Come on, Damien. Let's take him down. Shit, here we go. Oh, he just looks like a megalomaniac. I like how he's got his earbuds around his neck. You don't want to fight somebody while wearing those because they're just gonna either damage them or use them against you. I actually figured it out before she got back to me. Oh, cool. So then you were able to gloat.
Oh, Cal, you pitiful fool. You don't stand a chance against the Maverick.
Yeah, well, we'll find out. Let's encourage D's attack. Ow, that really hurt. Boom, 21 damage. That didn't seem like a whole heck of a lot. That was not a whole heck of a lot. Oh, crap. Can we heal Kel? Looks like we can. Kel's not going to encourage. Kel's going to do an attack now. Oh, what's going on? Oh, that's my encourage or whatever. My heal. Wait, D recovers heart. Wait, what about Kel? Oh, shit. Kel's low on health. We got to fix this. I thought that my skill was... Oh, it does not work. It does not work on Kel. Can we snack? Oh, shit. Kel's in trouble a little bit. What about Toy? Oh, first aid kit. We'll wait one more attack because that does a lot of healing. I did all routes. It was fun. If I wasn't like streaming so many different games in like this general genre of mother inspired games, I'd probably sit in one game and do more runs, but I'm not that streamer. Somebody else is doing it. You'll find somebody else who can do it. Oof. Kel took big damage. Boom. Okay.
Not bad. But this fight's just getting started.
Okay. Well, what I can do is first aid kit on Kel because he needs it real bad. Kel, you just do it and tag. All right. Kel's back in action. Oof, that hurt. No more toys. Let's just attack. Ow. Bastard. Kel does a lot of damage.
As expected of my rival.
You're doing the best route? Oh, cool. You can still reach multiple endings from this point. Oh, interesting.
But I must tell you, while you were fooling around and playing sports,
I mean, that makes Kel pretty strong, yeah?
I was honing my techniques just for this moment. You'll never reach my level of skill. You're going down, Kel.
Yeah? Ha! Is that all you got? Where's my knife? Give me my knife. I'll show you what else I got.
I've only been using 10% of my power. Behold my final form.
Oh no. What you gonna do? Where's your final form? I don't see no final form, buddy.
I bet you're regretting your decision now.
Not really.
I'm just way too cool for you. You're nothing but a loser.
Or I could just beat you up.
It's only a matter of time before you tire yourselves out. My victory is imminent.
I can just keep punching you and throwing basketballs at you.
I'll admit, I'm impressed, but you're still light years away from defeating me.
I'm not. You're almost done. Look at your health. You're so almost done. And Kel is doing fine. He's super healthy.
No, this is impossible, improbable, absolutely
Inconceivable. Oh, Kit, this is your line. Punch. Hurry up and fail. Oh, look at his sliver of health. Come on, buddy. Boom. That's it. That's it. That was enough. Okay, that's enough, Maverick. The Maverick.
God, no, I won't let it end like this.
Yeah, you will. You're done. Final form, the Maverick.
No, it can't be over for me. People of Earth.
What the fuck? Wait, what? What just happened right there?
Lend me your strength.
Wait, the people of Earth are gonna lend him their. Oh, okay. Hey, then what? Ew, what is with this guy? He's so lame. This isn't worth $10. Let's get out of here. Oh my god, he paid them to be with him at the fountain. Wow. Wow. Goodbye.
Ladies, please come back. I have more money.
God.
Pathetic.
Oh, that wasn't even his. That's not even his real hair. Looked like he just took off his wig or it fell off or something. It's a Dragon Ball reference. Oh, yeah, not well familiar with the fandom.
There is no one here by that name.
Please, I'll never ask you for anything again in my life. Just tell us where Aubrey is and we'll go. ...
Okay, fine. I do happen to know where she is. I'll tell you on one condition.
What, we fight you?
You must call me by my true name, the Maverick.
Oh, forget it. Let's just go find Kim. She'll probably know where Aubrey is. Literally will not call him by that name, even if it means capitulation. Her and Vance are major sugarheads, so I have a hunch that they're probably somewhere near Candy. I know where that is. Hey, thanks for hanging out. A sleek silver scooter. Nice. Wow, that boy with the blonde wig is so cool. I wish I had his confidence. Would you like to throw a coin in the fountain? Hell yeah, I would. Bloop. The coin fell straight to the bottom. I'm just like wasting all my money here. Can we heal? I lost my Minecraft stuff. That's happened to me so many times. I'm sorry. I feel your pain. Can we just get some like free pizza? Pizza. I just want to... Look at Jesus pizza. What can I get for you? Oh, you have to pay for it. Shit. Orange Joe. An eighth of whole pizza. Hero sandwich. Oh, we're not with Hero. Salad. Whole pizza. 8/8 of a whole pizza. Nice. What happens if we get like one one piece of pizza. Sure. I was curious how much it ends up healing Kel, who's like 46 health right now. Pocket, snacks, pizza, Kel. That did nothing! The pizza slice was hot and covered in cheese. You wish you had more. Oh my god, that healed him by like 3 hit points. What a waste of $5. What does the soda do? $1 orange soda. Oh, it's juice. It's juice. Never mind. Drinks or juice in this game. What about that? No, the hero sandwich would be useless. What about the salad? Salad's gotta heal more because it's healthy. Not equipped. Pocket, snacks, salad, use. Give it to Kel. It's still only healed for 3. Salad tasted like grass. All right, never mind. We'll find some other way to heal you somewhere once down the line. Oh yeah, Munish. Don't spoil the game. Even if I had not, I mean, even reading your comment after I did the thing, I don't want to know how the game works. Well, there's our sugar heads. Wait, where's the owner? She was right behind the counter last we saw her.
Knowing Kim and Vance, they're probably somewhere around here.
I can... Okay.
Kel can't see them, but I can see them. Oh, there she is.
Hurry, Vance. Let's shove it all in our pockets before someone sees... Oh, they're thieves. Little, rotten, dirty thieves.
Hey, Kim, have you seen Aubrey any...
Shoot, it's that nerd Kel. Come on, Vance. We gotta go.
Whoa, hold on there. I don't think you paid for those.
Get out of the way, nerd. You don't know me.
Hey, hold on. I'm not here to snitch.
We just need to find Aubrey.
You know where she is?
Oh, well, Kel's pretty cool. He's gonna let her steal. Huh?
Aubrey?
I don't know anything about that. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
Yeah. I've had enough of this for today. Kim, let's make a deal. You tell me where Aubrey is, and I won't turn you in for stealing all that candy.
Oh, that's smart. I thought you said you weren't a snitch.
And I don't need to be if you would just tell me where Aubrey is.
You two again? I thought I told you never come back in here. To never come back in here. Smiley, smiley.
Uh-oh.
Hand over the stolen candy. Don't make me call the cops on you kids. Smiley, smiley.
We've been busted.
Fine. Here's your stupid candy. Come on, Vance. Let's get out of this dump.
Okay, well, so much for that lead.
Haha, serves you right. ...
Wait, how will we find out where Aubrey is now?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Good job. You just lost your only remaining lead as far as I could tell. Figure out what's going on here.
Come on, Damien, let's follow them.
All right. Guess we're bye, you guys. Just gonna go chase.
Hold up one sec, Damien. I think I have an idea.
Yeah? Well, goodbye. Oh, he's gonna buy candy and give it to her? Would that work?
Sorry for the hold up. Let's go catch up to Kim and Vance.
I mean, that's a nice olive branch, if we can find them. Now, where could they be? Oh, they're there. Sorry, Vance. No candy today. No, not again. I don't know how much longer I can last. We're going to die. Jeez.
Let's just get home. Or let's just go home. We're going to be late for dinner.
Hang on.
Wait, Kim. I have something for you. You again, Cal? What the heck do you want? You bully. Tell us where Aubrey is, and I will give you this whole big bag of candy. Really? The whole bag? I mean, wait. You can't buy us off with candy. Who do you take us for?
I don't know, Kim. We haven't had candy for an entire week. Oh, good God. They're like drug addicts. And there's a whole bag right in front of us. We don't even have to pay for it. Can you at least ask if he has any taffy in there?
Stop it, Vance. We have to stay strong. When we go to Dad's house, we'll be able to have all the candy we want.
Oh. They had divorced family and mommy and daddy fighting for their attention. One household gives candy. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Okay. I'll do it for you, sis. Kim, Vance, I'm waiting.
I like the dancing text. Like is this a nice way to sort of guide how you imagine how they talk? You know what I mean? It's well done. It's well done.
Like we'd accept candy from a bunch of nerds.
2 Christmases, yeah. Hey, Kim, how'd you like to have 2 Christmases every year? Boy, Mom, that sounds great. All right. Here's how we're going to do it.
Oh, man. Really? I was sure that would work. This is a waste of time. Let's get out of here. Wait. Please, Kim. You're the only lead we've got. Please take the big bag of candy. We even have taffy in here.
Did someone say taffy?
I see. That changes everything.
Got it. So that's their drug. It's really about the taffy. Oh, we finally have music again.
Fine. You really want to know that badly, huh?
Let's settle this with our fists.
If you win, I'll tell you where Aubrey is.
Oh, sorry about the Instagram thing. I really need to just disable this while the whole Instagram streaming thing and me are having a fight. I back out of this. Actions. It's not a shout out. Is it a trigger? It's not a only text trigger. It's a basic trigger. Holy crap, where's my... How do I... Oh, it's way over there. Why is it like that? It's not a basic trigger. Perks? It shouldn't be in perks. Announcements. No, event alerts. Event alerts. Instagram and incoming. That's the one. Let's just disable that for now. Sorry, streamer bot. We're not going to do that one. At least not until Instagram gets its shit together and puts it in the bag. Okay, where were we?
If you win, I'll tell you where Aubrey is. But if we win, you give us that bag of taffy and never talk to us ever again.
Does that mean if we win, we don't have to give them the taffy? Because that seems pretty legit. Oh, these people are as bad as people in the Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh worlds having any kind of quandary. Let's duel/battle. Yeah, pretty much.
Wait a sec. There's no need to fight. If you just tell me where she is,
I'll give you this whole bag.
But I want to fight. Come on, put him up, you two. It's time to duke it out.
What is it with you guys and fighting? Well, I guess we have no choice. Come on, Damien. You know the drill. All right, here we go.
I'll show you the sizes and everything.
Kim looks so like hipster chill in this one. Vance looks like he's much more Well, and how did he get all that candy? I thought they said they haven't had candy in weeks, but what's that in his pocket? That super looks like candy. He's got a bunch of candy stuff in his front pocket there. And in his mouth. Looks like he's got like a lollipop or something.
I'm not about to lose to nerds like you.
Okay, well, you know, we'll figure that out, I guess. Does he have a skill that he literally can't heal his own health? I guess we're just gonna find out if I survive this or not. Yeah, I don't blame Damien for not leaving his house for years. Yeah, if everybody just wants to fight all the time. We're definitely fighting Kim first. Oof, 38 damage. Kim's phone rang. It was a wrong number. Vance scratches his belly. All right, well, if you're just going to waste turns, I'm just going to keep up with this. Kim's already almost at half health. Jeez.
Your face annoys me.
Oh, that was a pretty big punch. Oh, I think Kel might lose. I think we might lose this one because we didn't heal properly and I didn't figure out how to heal. Well, let's keep this up. Boom.
You're still nerds.
Goodbye. Okay, we have to survive Vance. Hopefully, Kel can. He's got like no health. Boom. What do you think, Vance? You're gonna keep scratch? Oh no, there goes Kel. Kel is, well, he's not toast. He's just like dazed. Uh-oh. D's starting to take damage. Vance looks like he can survive a lot more than D can. Oh yeah, I probably should have worked this fight out a little bit better. I've got the skill. Calm down. Just gives me a lot of health. Out of nowhere. Doesn't even require any juice whatsoever. That's a lot of damage. I'm not doing nearly as much to him. But we'll calm down again. Calm down. Breathe. I know, Assassin. Kel's totally not in good shape right now. Come on, Vance. Yeah, keep scratching your belly, because I need to win this fight. It's a miracle he hasn't burned to a crisp. Wait, who? I can survive probably one more punch, so let's just keep going at Vance. Vance said mean things about Damien, so Damien said, oh, son of a bitch.
Ouch. That hurts.
Well, gonna keep hurting you. Oh, that hurt. Oh, and I lost juice. Not that I used juice. Okay, now I gotta do the thing again. Calm down. Zoop. Infinite health hack. Guess there's that. Okay, well, I was already feeling sad, so not a big deal. I like his candy sig. You ever had a candy sig before? They're remarkably dissatisfying. There's this like mild feeling of cool when you have one in your hands and you haven't put it in your mouth yet, and you have other kids around you that have never seen one, and you're like, I've got a sig. Well, a candy one anyways. And then you put it between your lips and you're like, I'm gonna show you how cool I am. And then right there, once it's like in your mouth, you've lost all cool. It's just the buildup to having the candy sig, like to hold one and to say that you've got one. After that, it's a remarkably boring, lame, and it's a bad candy. And the trick with them, because I don't know about if you've ever had candy cigs. The one that I've had, or the company that I've had, it's like a bubble gum. It's wrapped in a paper, and between the gum and the paper is like a fine food safe powder of some sort. I don't know if it's like some type of sugar or whatever, but you can put the cig in your mouth and blow on it, but you have to blow on it like you're blowing like through an instrument. So you have to really like really hard, and then the powder comes out in like one single, definitely not look like smoke type of puff of dust particulate, and then it's done, and you can't keep doing it. And then you have to unwrap the paper, otherwise it gets wet in your mouth and it's gross. And then you have to chew the hard ass nasty gum that has no flavor and no chew. They're not great. That's my point. At least the kind I had, not great. I don't think there's a thing anymore, at least not in stores. Yeah, I don't know where I was given it by a friend, so I don't know. They're kind of like sweet chalk. Yeah, pretty much. I had them when I was a kid. Candy Sticks died late 80s, early 90s during the big anti-smoke push. They became Pixie Sticks. Pixie Sticks has been around a long ass time. And those aren't, yeah, I agree. They're not like particularly exciting either. Sinner. You just had that kind which were basically hard marshmallow sticks that didn't have the powder or the paper. Why would you? That's not even. There's no sig part to that then. I don't know what that's all about then. That doesn't even sound like a real candy sig. Ugh, it keeps hurting me. Stop punching me and stuff, man. Van scratches his belly. Good. Get lots of free attacks while Kel is like completely out of it. Oof, all my juice. If I lose all my juice, do I start taking it in the form of more health? Because that might be dangerous. We gotta beat him quick. Oh yeah. So much health. So much self-healing. You ready for this? I'm gonna take you out. It's cool because kids just have cotton candy vapes. Ugh. God, if I ever caught my kids with vapes. They've already learned, like... Here's the thing that I wish people realized with, like, new products. When vapes came out, there were no long-form testing. Because you couldn't possibly, right? You could not do mass public long-form testing on people. Just like when they create like a new artificial sweetener or like a new type of oil preservation, like hydrogenation and that kind of stuff. So whenever they do that, they test on like rats, they test on like sample size of like 100 humans or whatever. And then they send it out to 300 million people in mass markets. And they're like, all right, well, all of our tests said it was okay. And then you find out the long-term functionality of that kind of shit, like 30 years after mass marketing. And we're finally getting to the place where we're starting to see what vape does to the lungs long-term. It's not just popcorn lung, which is kind of like a complication. But I was watching, that dude, Caleb Hammer, that does the financial tabloid show on YouTube. It's always like yelling and insulting and stuff like that. It's like, it's real theater. It's not like it's not a good show to learn about finance, that's for sure. But somebody on the show was like, yeah, I had to have like some significant medical work done, and Caleb was like, wait, what's going, what happened to you? And they're like, oh yeah, I've been vaping for as long as it's been out, and my body finally figured out what long-term vaping does. And Caleb was like, so it's finally catching up to people what vape actually does. I'm surprised that Pixie Sticks didn't die too. They seem kind of lame to me. Like, they're a little bit tangy, but it's just like a straw with sugar inside, right? Like tangy sugar. The reason people eating Tide Pods didn't surprise me, people decided to start snorting Pixie Sticks like cocaine. And what would that be for? Like, why on earth would you think that having sugar, which when it gets wet turns like pasty and sticky and stuff, why would you want that in your nasal cavity? It doesn't do what you think it would do, like snorting other stuff, right? So whoever got that in their in their brain, you're probably doing long-term damage. You can have it hanging out your mouth and look cool, apparently. Now they just call them Popeyes? Wait, why Popeyes? The Popeye candy cigarettes were just a Canadian thing? Oh, I don't know what that is. Is it about the same as cigs? The damage that vape does? I think it's less, but you know, the thing of it is that some people have literally turned to cigarettes to get off of vape because of what vape does to you. Which is fucking insane to me. And the problem isn't people coming off of cigarettes to a lifelong habit of vaping. That's not where the real threat is here. The threat is that the vape companies don't market vaping as a means of quitting cigarettes. They market to teenagers. They want to start new people on vaping. That's where the real money is. The real money is getting somebody addicted while their brain's still forming. Prefrontal cortex is not fully formed until your early to mid 20s. And so if you can develop a lifelong habit for something before then, you're golden. Some people, if they started smoking cigarettes, that's a clear and easy conversion to vape, but cigarettes aren't as popular as they used to be. Basically, the number one reason people start smoking cigarettes is because somebody in their life already did or already has been. And so, you know, you date a boy and he smokes cigarettes and he's a bad boy. And so you start smoking cigarettes to be bad with him. That's how stuff like that starts. And so cigarette adoption's like really proselytize. It's like the Christian church problem. You know, you've got the people who you only really convert in if somebody's going to pull you in. People don't just spontaneously start becoming religious, and people don't just start spontaneously becoming cigarette smokers. And so the path from cigarette to vape is small. And so vape companies need to market to other people, and they generally try to market to teenagers or mid-20s people to get them caught before they've finished the prefrontal cortex thing. Yeah. They stopped talking about vapes when fentanyl became large. I mean, is the impact on the public from fentanyl more disastrous than vape? Yeah, but the adoption of fentanyl's on the smaller side, I think. The people who vape versus the people who are on fentanyl is kind of, it's dramatically different. So if we wanted to really affect health outcomes, we wouldn't ignore either of those. One, for its widespread marketing and legality in our country, and the other one because it's illegal and awful and usually results in death. They thought it would be a sugar high. It was during the big DARE campaign thing, and the school's teaching about drugs being bad created the natural childish rebellion / curiosity instead. Oh, you snort stuff up your nose and it gives you crazy reactions? What happens if I snort things up my nose that I can snort up my nose? What is around my house that will go up my nose easily? It's my guess. Yeah, but I don't think it does what they think it does. Smarties also means something else in Canada. What you call Smarties, we call rockets. I don't know that. I don't see a lot of people eating Smarties, even kids. I don't see them being like a popular candy. Smarties are a chocolate candy here, kind of like M&Ms. Oh, okay, cool. Do people crush them and smoke them there too? Smoke Smarties? Weird. Isn't that literally just flavored sugar? Flavored hard sugar candy? Dumb kids will crush and snort them. Wow. Like, what is that? Does it act? Here's my question. I'm curious. I will never do this because I like my nose the way it is. But does snorting sugar do anything? Do anything besides hurt your nose? I mean, is there like a benefit? So like, here's a really dumb and shitty practice. Take alcohol, inject it up your ass, and let your colon like absorb the alcohol, right? You miss out on the whole drinking with friends scenario. You miss out on mixing drinks. You miss out on the way it metabolizes through your body when drunk in a drink. You miss out on proper dosage. And you also have to do weird butt stuff to get the alcohol up there. And it can get messy if you're not careful. So butt stuff with alcohol, if you want, you can do it. And the thing is, people will, because it does react, right? You get a thing, you get something out of it. So I'm just curious, does pulverizing sugary candies and putting up your nasal cavity do anything on the positive side? Is it worth what you take as nasal damage? I watch my friends drink highlighter liquid. Fun. Yeah, that sounds funny. Fun trip to poison control if it affects them. One thing I'm super excited to try when I move to Canada are all the new foods and snacks you can't get here. Oh yeah. God, I love that about I wish I had a budget at some point in my life before I get old to be in different places and experience foods and cultures and places I haven't had the chance to in the US. Where I've lived, I have had some metropolitan areas adjacent or near to where I am, and I've had the pleasure of being able to go and get like really good, authentic, fill in the blank sorts of foods. But there's plenty of places on the map where I'd be like, well, I haven't really tried anything from this region or anything from that part of the map. And there's some stuff I'd really like to try to see how I like it. Nothing came of it, thankfully. Where are you moving from? Oh, Troa? Yeah, the US. Have a pen. I have a list for you. Canadian Smarties, Fuzzy Peaches. Are Fuzzy Peaches like a food? Because we have peaches in the US and most peaches have peach fuzz on the outside. But I imagine you're talking about like a food product or something. Macintosh toffee. That sounds good. I do like toffees. Ketchup chips are overrated. Gotcha. The toffee, goddamn good stuff. Just be careful how you eat it. It'll take your teeth. I mean, that's true of toffee, period. But yeah, some toffees are chewier than others, yeah. Concern wasn't the people were getting addicted to fentanyl. They were concerned the large amount of drugs have filler fentanyl in it. Weed can potentially kill you if it's laced with it. I mean, yeah, those are both problems though, right? Being addicted to a lethal drug and having that drug hidden in other drugs that you don't expect it in, those are both problems, I'd imagine. It hurts and your friends laugh at you. That's funny. The alcohol enema, yeah, it's pretty dumb. Some people do it. And it's got a real reaction. Nothing on the positive side. You do get a sugar high and bounce around the walls. Couldn't you do that from just eating sugar? Then you also get bloody noses, and some of them develop sores in their esophagus. Oh, lovely. That sounds delicious. I missed part of the convo's negative side you mentioned from vapes. So I don't know, besides the... getting an intruder. I hear noises from outside. Besides the... what is it called? The popcorn lung. I don't know what else happens, but I just remember seeing that one short from the Caleb Hammer thing where his guest was like, yeah, I've smoked vape since it was like invented and I'm getting the physical ramifications of that. And he's like, oh, it's finally happening to people, that we're finally catching up and learning what the vape is actually like not safe like people swore it was. Like, oh, it's just water vapor. One, it's definitely not just water vapor. And two, we don't know what long-term heated water vapor plus additives in the trachea and in your alveoli in your lungs does. Oh, it's benign compared to cigarettes. Maybe. Is it benign compared to breathing air? Probably not. This has probably got a lot of long-term bad things over time, but we wouldn't know that until about now, where people have finally, been vaping for a long period of time. There was no long-term test when it first came out. You will only know about long-term effects after you watch some other people, the early adopters, age into it and watch what happens to them and find out. Yeah. They're like a sugar-covered jujube thingy. Oh, the fuzzy peaches? Interesting. We need to tax Canada to stop fentanyl or something. you die immediately. Or I mean, the problem could solve itself. I hate to say it, but you know, if you know the lethality of fentanyl and you take it and then you die, have we, like, what is, I don't know. That sounds really cold-hearted. But I kind of feel like there's some things, like if somebody does base jumping and messes up and dies jumping off a cliff into like water 40 feet below, and they mess up the jump and they die, they were accepting the risks of their behavior. It's a high risk thing, and you do everything you can to keep the activity going. Because if you like base jumping or skydiving or motorcycle stunts or you name it, you know, the lethal, potentially lethal activity, or like target shooting with a friend where they wear an apple and you shoot it off their head sort of shit. Like if something happens in that, you've accepted a certain amount of extra risk in your life that a lot of people don't do. And nobody doesn't know about fentanyl. Like if you know the positive sides of fentanyl already, you've got to know the negative sides. It's impossible to just hear about it and go, yeah, it's a wonder drug and it's like the best thing you'll ever have in your entire life and you will never die from it. Nobody's saying that, as far as I know. So I don't know, if you die from fentanyl, is there a problem? Does that sound cold-hearted? The popcorn lung was a problem in the with the homebrewed vaping juices. If the juice is made correctly, that doesn't happen. Who's there? Who's there? Chaotic, hi and welcome. One of my favorite DJs in all of Twitch. Please say hello to the Raiders. Hi, everybody. Let me pause game stuff and do a quick shout out. It's one of my favorite beans. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you trusting your company with somebody awful like myself. We're just discussing how bad long-term vaping could be to the body, which if anybody wants to do any fact check on that, by all means, and what we should do about fentanyl, and if we should continue to crush Smarties and snort them up our nose, and what alcohol enemas are like. Those are our topics right now. That's the stream. That's the stream we got. So many lovely topics. I know, right? Just read that.
With a bad attitude.
I still haven't played the single player.
And a willingness to stir up shit for no reason.
That sounds like chaotic. I've only, so I own Red Dead 2. I've literally played like 30 minutes of the single player game, but I've mostly got it so that I could play the multiplayer. The Red M mod package where you can play on multiplayer role-playing servers. And it is a good experience. The only reason why I'm not doing it now is because the time commitment to living on those servers is so crazy. It's too much. You can't live in a world where the economy and the jobs and the harvesting of resources and turning them into end products and selling them to the cowboys out there so that they can go and fight the missions and make more money. I can't save. Stuart, so help me. Look, I'm in combat. There's no save option. It's not going to happen. I appreciate you shouting out, but that's not going to happen. Yeah, just it's so much, and you have to be on like for a few hours like every night in order to like stay active with the world and connected with everything. And I at some point I was like, my life expectancy is shortening because some of my life is now being devoted to the livelihood of this cowboy town in this multiplayer mod and not to real life. And obviously I'm still playing games, but it's like that one's what it was. The commitment was way too much. It was too much. So I had to quit. From a medical standpoint, inhaling anything into your lungs that is not supposed to be there is bad for you. That's what I kind of figured. Aerosolized heated water vapor mixed with flavored plant glycerin are going to have consequences. I can't imagine anybody disproving that in a long-term study, which we just don't have. So anybody saying it's benign, I've done it for 5 years. The fuck do you know? What does 30 years of vape look like? What does 50 years of vape look like? You don't know what long-term vape looks like when it hasn't existed that long. Other people that are like, it's benign when it first came out. How would they have ever known? How can you know? I'm still watching to see what develops long term, so I wasn't sure if it was something I hadn't heard about or not. Yeah. Chemicals being inhaled, while not as bad as the cigarettes, are still commonly using carcinogenic ingredients. That seems stupid. If you want vape to survive, if you're a vape company and people go, well, I just want to get out of that shit that's in cigarettes, wouldn't you want to be able to say, we got you. Look at all the stuff that's in this. It's, you know, there's nothing bad. As soon as you start putting bad stuff in there, you've lost all moral high ground for going to vape. You've lost the plot. And your best bet is you better hope people are getting addicted to your product. And honestly, the people that I know that vape in my like inner circle, they're addicts. They're addicts. They're not doing it because, well, you know, I can quit whenever I want. You can't. You're an addict just as bad as when cigarettes were the thing. The chemicals being inhaled, I already read that one. Fentanyl was made for chronic pain management. So it's been around long enough for us to know when it's not being administered properly that it could fuck people up really bad. And people still continued to die to it. Earlier, we even had baptisms for the dead. Yeah, it's been a good night for topics. I will always snort Smarties and smoke Yabba Zabbas. Chaotic. You live your best life. Those RPs are serious, huh? Seriously, it's as bad as well, the first game to do it with the Rockstar Games was GTA 5, and the GTA 5 role-playing community is hardcore. You cannot just be a casual. Like, oh, I'll log in once every month or so, or like weekly to see how things are going. Like, you join a gang and you live in a house and you contribute your income to the rent, and like, you can't, there's no casual for that shit. And same thing with when they did it for Red Dead. I had that feeling at one time or many times. Thank you for the lurk. Appreciate your face. Chaotic, if you have to de-stream and get out of here, I understand. Thank you if you do lurk or whatever you got to do. Just appreciate your face and trusting me with your community, even though I will probably abuse them. Vance is just standing there. I know. Look at his clawed hand back there. What is he trying to do? It's awkward. And that little curly cue of chest hair just poking out. I can't stop staring at it. Here's something we know for a fact for a long known for a fact for a long time, and it doesn't seem to stop many. Nicotine's awfully bad for you. Yeah, and basically, I don't know any zero nicotine vapors, and not in my circle. Nicotine poses several health hazards, increased risk of cardiovascular, respiratory, gastrointestinal disorders, decreased immune response, and frankly, everybody I know who is either a chronic cigarette smoker or chronic vapor are not healthy. Like, regularly sick with even just like minor colds and stuff on a much higher basis than like even my kids. My kids with their, you know, still growing immune systems, and they are going to school and hanging out with a bunch of snot-nosed, non-hand washing other kids with horrible hygiene habits who spread diseases like filthy petri dishes with legs. And they get sick because of all those other kids. And they get sick less than the smokers and vapors I know. So yeah, I think that might be a nicotine thing. It also poses ill impacts on the reproductive health. Oh, I didn't know about that. Jeez. It affects cell proliferation, oxidative stress, apoptosis. I've heard that word, but I can't remember what that is. DNA mutation by various mechanisms, which leads to cancer. Oh, fun stuff. Just from the nicotine. It also affects the tumor proliferation and metastasis and causes resistance to chemo. Jeez. And radiotherapeutic agents. Damn. Bad stuff. It's probably just watching you space out. Yeah. I mean, look at my character's profile in the bottom left. And I mean, Kel's got like the crazy eyes too. So we're both just like wiggy. We're probably freaking him out right now. Not to mention addictive. Yeah, that's the other thing about nicotine. Like, right, it's a chemically addictive substance to the body. And I've known, I had an uncle actually who was one of the cruelest people, angry and mean and yelling and vicious and biting except as soon as he had his nicotine. He was kind and chill and sweet. It was this awful, awkward switch in his body. I've only ever seen it one other time, and it was with a chronically caffeine-addicted teacher that I had in sophomore year. My class, there were 2 classes that she taught that were in honors chemistry, and I had her in the 0 period honors chemistry class, and I had a bunch of friends who had her for 3rd period honors chemistry. Everybody in 0 period hated and feared her. She was awful. She was an utter bitch, like my uncle, off caffeine. And the 3rd period honors chemistry class loved her and said she's sweet and she's always hugging us and she's kind, and we had to like compare notes and try to figure out what the fuck was going on. It's that she had about 3 pots of coffee between the beginning of clocking in 0 period and by the time she got to 3rd period. Talk about like a caffeine addiction, and just like something that like it's so rewired her brain to be off it versus on it. That was intense. That's not nicotine or anything like that. Not even a controlled substance. I used vape for THC for a while, but I quickly felt like I lost efficacy from it. I wonder what it is about. Maybe just the way vape carries the molecules, or maybe doesn't. That it's not gonna like travel the same way or not be absorbed the same way. Heard vaping for THC sucks too. At that point, it's just smoke it. Teddy calls me his mobile cloud factory on occasion between my Gilgamesh and vapors. That or his mad scientist. Nice. Did you ever watch The Last Starfighter as a kid? I think I did, but I don't remember it. My husband vapes. This argument has been fought many times in my house. Usually I win, but he still vapes, so not really a win. I don't know how you win against an addiction. It doesn't matter how close that person is to you. You can like make pleas and ultimatums and withholdings and anything, and that's an internal battle that somebody has to want to do in themselves, right? I don't know how you get from an externality into somebody's mind who's addicted to something. Nicotine's crazy addictive. The amount of nicotine is like 8 times as much as a pack of cigs. The amount of nicotine in vape, I thought vape was variable. Like you could adjust the amount of nicotine you take in. So you could make it more than cigs, but you could also make it far less if you wanted to. I don't know about that. Or that's as far as I understood. Vape can be better than cigarettes in the short term as a way out. I don't know. So I know that people have marketed vape as a way out of smoking cigarettes, but I also don't know anybody who started vaping to get away from cigarettes who's then quit vaping. So it might just be a way for vape companies to be like, hey, you want to quit cigarettes? We got you, boo. And then, you know, you're like a year or 5 years into your vape habit and you're like, all right, what's the next step? And the vape companies are like, what do you mean next step? Welcome to the family. You're now a vapor for life. That's it. You're just fucked. Yeah, but I mean, cigarettes are incredibly hard to kick. And the only thing I've ever heard that's harder to kick than cigarettes is meth. Out of the people that I know, there might be other hard drugs that are harder to kick than cigarettes, but cigarettes are like way up there. Actually, I heard that sugar is harder to quit than cigarettes. I've known people who have quit cigarettes that then went diabetic later on in their life, maybe in part because smoking cigarettes makes compromises to, you know, how your endocrine system works and that sort of stuff. And then the doctors are like, okay, you just have to quit eating sweets. And they're like, well, I already quit cigarettes. I can't do another quit in my life. I don't got more quit in me, you guys. And so they just, you know, died from the effects of not taking care of your health when you go diabetic. It's really hard to quit. There are better alternatives. And that's the other thing, too. Like, if vape companies say, yeah, use vape to quit smoking, what about all the other stuff? Like the gum and the patch and like various other methods, the like mindfulness and like things you can do with your brain, too, like cognitive therapy. What's the cognitive CBT, cognitive behavior therapy to quit a bad habit, I think there are probably things you could do besides just jumping into vaping. If it's way out too often, it's a, well, at least I'm not smoking. Right. Like the way to tell people I'm not addicted, but I'm not ever gonna stop is like that line, right? At least it's not this. Well, you know, I'm drinking this diet soda, but at least it's not regular soda. It's like, okay, well, you're still, you know. Heard about fume? I've never heard about fume myself. Because there's less of the negative effects, but it's harder to leave behind. You no longer smell like an ashtray and it's cheaper, so why quit again? Yeah. It's socially much more acceptable, although I think the social acceptability for vape is starting to decline, especially because all the places that people thought, well, I wasn't allowed to smoke here, but vape is just water vapor, so I should be able to vape here. Companies and restaurants and public spaces disagree with you. You just can't. So there isn't a like safe place to suddenly be in public and vape. I didn't like vaping. I got quickly immune to the effects. Oh, interesting. Caffeine is a silent killer. I don't know much about like negative effects of abuse of caffeine. This lady was like abusing caffeine. I don't know the long-term negative effects. I imagine it kills your like adrenals. So if you needed to like wake up on your own first thing in the morning, alarm clock goes off, you jump out of bed, you hop in the shower, you start to get ready for work. Most people can do that up to a certain age without having it. I mean, I'm old enough to start having grays, but I also blame my kids for giving me my gray hairs. And I don't need caffeine to pop out of bed. My alarm clock goes off, I pop out of bed, go straight to the bathroom and start my routine. You know, it's not a big deal to me, but some people with chronic caffeine addiction need the caffeine first in order to get their brain in alignment to do anything else. And that's all about the adenosine receptors, right? Your brain naturally works off of adenosine as a neurotransmitter, and it's one that does, among other things, focus. And that's kind of like the nefarious part, is a lot of people think caffeine's like wake up juice, and wake up means being able to focus. But when caffeine takes over the adenosine is what helps you have major focus. When you have too much caffeine and the adenosine doesn't have a place to land, then all those adenosine receptors that are waiting for you to get better focus, you end up just being caffeinated, which makes you jittery, more prone to be distracted. Your phone goes off and whatever you were working on, now your phone's the most important thing. And it's just like, you know, you're in 5 different places at once and you can't get anything done. But I don't know beyond that if caffeine does like more deeper insidious things that could eventually really take you out. Let me know. I'm curious. I'm not addicted to caffeine right now. Knock on wood, I'd never become again. I was a barista for a while and I had a bad caffeine addiction at that point. I think it might have been part of the contributor to my 5 years of vertigo that I had, which were fucking terrible. No longer smell like ashtray thing gets me because it seems like they feel it's okay to vape everywhere they wouldn't smoke. Watched a friend vape with a baby in his arms. Oh shit. But got mad someone smoked in his car because he transports the baby in there. The baby's got to breathe both of those things. Either your shitty vape juice fumes or the smoke from the cigarette. Yeah, they're I don't know. God, why is everybody from Kick just a bot? I rescinded that. I know some of you on Kick are actually watching my stuff, and I see your VOD views, and I know you're there. And I appreciate you, and I appreciate the platform, and thank you for being here, and thank you for supporting the channel. It's just the active chats that I get just tend to be so many bots, but I'd love to ban them all, but it's always like a brand new name every time, so I don't know what banning them would fucking do. It's a classic. Came out the year I was born. People have been trying to get a sequel made for decades. Oh, Last Starfighter. I just saw a very convincing promo poster for it posted on Facebook by one of the original actresses of the movie. I don't know if it was a hoax or not. I want it to happen. Interesting. I'll have to like watch a trailer or something and see if it like tickles things in my memory, because I'm fairly certain I remember parts of it, but if you ask me to like summarize the plot, I don't think I could. But yeah, I'd be curious. I do like when a movie's redone well, which rare, but when it does happen, good stuff. It's a no-fire, safer-seeming thing. They fail to realize there's still as much potential for third party, especially kids and such. Yeah. When I said win the argument, I meant against his vapes aren't bad stance. Gotcha. I thought you meant about him like actually quitting. But yeah, like getting somebody to agree that something that they're doing is bad is only half the battle. Getting them to actually change their ways is the harder of the parts. Never really around other people, so it never comes up for me. Gotcha. I don't need sugar. I like tacos and stuff like that. There's so many great foods if you give up sugar. There's a lot of great foods out there. Some people think like, oh, if I give up stuff like sugar, it's like, what am I gonna eat? There's a ton of delicious food that you don't need to have like the fried oils or the like high processed or, you know, white. No, Toady, no. Look, I'm in a fight. Cannot save. Yeah, highly processed foods, the empty calories, the white processed sugars, bleached flours, and all that kind of shit. Like, there's a ton of stuff that's not like that. And especially nowadays, in the US even, they're finally getting to the point where you can go places and just buy food that doesn't have that shit, because we realize that, like, out of the top 10 ways that Americans die, I think number 6 is accidents. You can't solve for that. I mean, learn how to be a better driver and avoid dangerous situations when and where you can, but it's still going to happen. People are still going to die of accidents. But like the others in the 1 through 10 list, I think are all like dietary related, because America is just like, fuck you. We don't care about what you eat. Just keep pumping the food industry corporations full of money. They'll use that money for R&D to get into your brain, to reprocess, re-trigger the way that your mind works with food, so that you'll only want to eat their shit food that will make you feel good in the short term, and then in the long term, you're going to die to what you ended up eating. That's changing over time. But just ask anybody who's a transplant into the US, or just look at mortality rates across the world or around the world. You're going to find the highest, the longest lives from people that eat more raw ingredients, more natural foods, and have a higher maritime diet. You know, anybody that argues like, oh, you know, we've lived for millennia off of land meat. It's like, yeah, sure, plenty of people live off of land meat, but look at the land meat versus, and this is me, I'm a pescatarian, so this is me talking out of my, you know, personal bend. So I'm going to be biased here. And if any of you feel like I'm saying this because, well, that's because D eats fish, so of course he's going to say this. Yes, it is. And so, you know, take this bias with a grain of salt and not a grain of sugar. But the maritime coastal people who mostly fish up their protein, they're going to have, you know, longer life expectancy. People have more raw ingredients versus processed goods. You have longer life expectancy. And people who come to the U.S. from other countries are going to complain about the quality of the food and how much of the pre-processed stuff, it just feels like it's, you know, draining their life expectancy down just from eating it. So, yeah. And then they get addicted too, because it happens even to people who aren't raised in the U.S. Even foreigners get addicted to this shit too. So if you can stay away from sugar, hell yeah, good for you. Peter, what are you doing? Crack. What the fuck? Well, at least I'm not drinking, Brian. Yeah, I remember that episode. I don't use caffeine. It's a trap. I was on it for a while, especially when the kids were little, thinking like this is the way that I will survive on such little sleep. And then I quit it, and I was still able to survive on little sleep. I do not recommend sleeping the way I do. Just because I said, well, I'm pescatarian, does not put me on a higher moral ground than any of you. I still have my really bad vices, and one of them is I do not sleep enough right now. I am at probably half the amount of sleep I ought to be having on a regular basis every night, and have been for like 6 years. So don't use me as a role model. But I quit caffeine, and I was still able to get up whenever I needed to and pop right out of bed and go straight to my routine immediately with no grogginess, no brain fog, no nothing. In fact, maybe even probably better without having to immediately have to consume caffeine right out of the gate than when I was addicted to caffeine. If I remember correctly, caffeine's super hard on the kidneys in particular, so when it gets bad, it's very likely unpleasant. Ugh. I don't like hearing that my kidneys could have been damaged from my long-term habit. My mob is hard enough without making things even harder with caffeine. Your mob? What do you mean your mob? What's a mob? So I think of two things when I hear that word, and I don't think either of them apply to the sentence. On the weekend or whatever, I think it's fine. Some people can use caffeine for like quick bursts, but I think it's a trap in general. Yeah, I think it's dangerous to make it a habit, but caffeine can be beneficial in the short term. As long as you know, don't use it for like cramming lots of information. Like if you're a college student or whatever, you're like going to cram for a big exam and you're going to use caffeine. It's going to fuck with your ability to focus. It's going to fuck with your ability to transfer thoughts into short-term memory and then short-term memory to long-term memory. It's probably, don't stay off of that as fast for as long as you can there. Better finish the fight so you can save. I know I have 2 saves now queued up. People telling me to save. Our food is just so bad. Not everywhere, and not if you choose more carefully. And I think just with the nutrition facts. Oh, thanks for queuing up another. Appreciate you, Mianish. Yeah. If you just read labels, and you don't even have to know a whole heck of a lot. There are even apps. I have one on my phone. I just don't use it because it turns out I don't do a lot of the shopping. Oz is usually out there, and I'm usually stuck at home with my day job called Yuka. Y-U-K-A. And the whole goal is to sort of categorize the world of food out there. Usually I think if you scan for a food and it's not in the app, then you have the option to be a contributor, part of the content to the app. So it's like crowdsourced information. And with everybody putting in all the information and then that being like cross-referenced against like, what things are healthy for you, what things are kind of like bad, like, hey, this preservative is found to be like debatable, or like there's only one study about this particular additive and it was funded by the makers of that additive. If you read something and it's like, oh, hey, this like polysorbate acerbic acid thing and it's like the study in 2005 proved that 20 lab rats survived really well, and it was funded by the company that makes the preservative. Is that trustworthy? No. The people that did tests on aspartame were funded by the makers of aspartame, and they even found something that they weren't allowed to publish, and I think that one got leaked. And so a lot of people were really wigged out about aspartame back in the day. I don't know if they've done further studies and found that it was like actually benign, or if it was, but I remember a big scandal at that time. The scandal being, you can tell me if they've figured out the aspartame's are doing okay now or not. But at the time, the scandal really wasn't, is it good or bad, so much as the tests, the scientists like found a problem. Scar, thank you for the follow. Appreciate your face. Welcome to my family of fledglings. They found at the time that there was actually tumorigenesis happening in a certain part. I think it might have been in the bladder of the lab rats, but they weren't allowed to process any information about that because the test had very strict guidelines to only report on certain areas, certain regions of the lab rats or whatever. And so something leaked, and it was like, oh, they actually did find like really negative effect. I'm pretty sure it's aspartame, so I apologize if I get the details wrong. But the point stands is like, because of the reporting constraints on the scientists in question, and because the study was funded by the people that were producing this food product or food additive, there were so many ways in which they were trying to manipulate the data and say what you could and couldn't publish. And this leak was like proof that this was happening. I think that's the ultimate takeaway, not me getting into the details of like what it was that was being studied or if it was found to be benign or not. But just the idea that one, money poured into a study means something. Look and see who's funding the study. And two, look to see what the constraints of the study are. What are they able to report on? And question, if it's so like very specific, like you can only report on something affecting the small intestine. Well, does it affect the stomach? Does it affect the lower intestine? Is it only a lab rat thing? Do we have any long-term studies in humans? There's so many things to account for besides that. Okay, sorry, where did I leave off? The Pavlov didn't develop yet? What Pavlov? US has big problems. We're just very unhealthy. Yeah, there's a lot of issues just in the way that people are raised and people are taught about food. I mean, look at how many generations believed the food pyramid, where the bottom is like processed grains and carbs and breads and pastas, where you can have like 5 servings a day or some shit like that. you're fucked if you follow that. I can't believe anybody would believe that. But it was, you know, taught as propaganda in the U.S. Probably to support our corn and wheat industries. Because why not? Those are big cash cows. Preventable cancers, food. 4 of the top 10 are preventable. Yeah. 5. Liver disease, heart attack, skin cancer, diabetes. Yeah. Hey, Skyfall. How's it going? We're just talking nothing related to Omori right now. Obviously. Yeah, crazy shit. It's like it's all behavioral, right? It's what you put in your body or how you skin cancer is more like, you know, what you do when you're outside, but yeah. Adderall is for cramming info. There you go. I mean, if it works. Does it work on people who are not ADHD? Would Adderall make like a neurotypical person focus better? Just curious. Asking for a friend. Just kidding. I can't get Adderall as far as I know. I never use fake sugar. If I'm going to do sweets, I will just do real sugar. I mean, if you don't feel addicted to it. Stevia, they say, is okay. I've seen some like long-term studies on stevia. It's still not FDA regulated in the US, and so there's limits on having like raw pure stevia stuff in the US. If you live in another country, I don't think there's any regulation on the product. It's really just like a very sweet non-sugar based sweetener, so it creates the same sort of functionality on the tongue. Some people complain that the taste is off-putting to them, but from what I understand, it's generally people who grew up eating like stuff with cane sugar or stuff with high fructose corn syrup. So naturally, a different sweetener is going to have different tastes. I'd also imagine somebody raised on stevia eating high fructose corn syrup would go like, oh God, this tastes, you know, has its own sort of weird aftertastes if you're not used to it, right? I've tried stuff with stevia myself. Whatever flavor profile I've had with that kind of stuff, it's not off-putting to me. It tastes sweet. And as far as I know, it doesn't like trigger any GI, glycemic index sort of reaction. So you won't have the insulin response. Why wouldn't we just fucking go that way and just kill the corn industry fast if we can? I doubt I would like it. Yeah, I mean, you could probably acclimate yourself to it like anything. Aspartame is bad. Cane and junk. I don't think cane sugar is innately really poor, but the fact that we process it the way we do to get white sugar, I think in that processing, we've created some really bad situations with it, right? I don't use fake sugars. Stevia is not as bad. I haven't heard anything bad about stevia so far. During Passover, Coke produces cane sugar products. Fun. I think the artificial sweeteners aren't kosher. I see. So they're just trying to like cater to, you can still have your habit with us, right? Not to mention our car-centric lifestyles. I mean, that's a whole thing too. If I watched this really interesting documentary. It was just on YouTube. It wasn't really that long, but I can't remember who did it or, you know, the whole shebang. But the point was, it was like this retroactive study and like leaked documents and office articles and everything that sort of painted this picture that the US in post-World War II was sort of being socially engineered by the automobile industry and the gas or petrol industries, that they came together and decided that they were going to release a series of propaganda. And I got to see a whole bunch of like old, old-timey commercials and stuff about this. So, you know, I don't think this is conspiracy theory shit, because we're also talking about like 1950s. So by now it's like, this is just commons information, not looking back like who assassinated JFK sort of thing. But like really this happened in the US, where they started making cities and then telling the people how they were making the cities, with the intent that when you go to downtown, you go there to visit. We'll give you a car park. You can park your car there, and then you'll get out and walk and do your business and everything there in the city. But you're not going to be there. You don't want to be in that smelly, tall brick building, just everybody doing everything. There's so much industry there, and it's polluted and it's dirty. And that's not where you live. You don't live in the city. You go back to your car when you're done with your business in the city, and then you drive a few miles and you go back to your grass front lawn, grass backyard. You drive up your driveway, you park your car, maybe in a garage, and you've got your picket fence dream suburb world there. It's separate from everything. That's your little haven. That's your castle. You get the pride of mowing your lawn every week and then not using your grass because you're busy commuting to work and back. And maybe on the weekends you do go out on the grass and you barbecue in the backyard, you know, but it's just like this whole social engineering to get us to buy into having a car, driving your car as a single person in, you know, a 2-ton vehicle, or how, I don't know how heavy cars are. You get in your vehicle, your big hunkin' metal, your 4 wheels, as a single driver in a 4-seater, and you drive to your office and you do your work and you drive back home and you're in the commute with everybody else on the brand new highways, and that's the life. And girls will love you if you can cruise around in your beautiful white rimmed, chrome bumpered, brand new, shiny, whatever. Such bullshit, right? And look at all the problems it's caused for us. No mass transit in a lot of major cities. It's just a lot of bullshit. I was more confused. The doctor's activity recommended these pyramids. Oh, actively recommended. Yeah, well, I mean, doctors only know what they are fed as far as information goes. If institutions are being sold this information, if big corporations are paying for big studies. Thanks. That's 4. That's 4. Save the games. I get you.
I'm right as the mail.
I will do the self-care. I will. Yeah, if big corporations will pay for that kind of information and then send it to institutions of higher learning, and then they teach the doctors, or they put it up in the doctors' offices and they meet with the doctors. There's a lot of big pharmaceutical companies that have salespeople that will go out and take doctors out on dates. I kid you not. I work for a company that does this with lawyers, so I know this is a thing that happens. You have salespeople, they get a stipend, they take their clients out on dates. You go to sports games with them. Kid you not. A salesperson and their doctor, or in my case, my company's case, salesperson and their lawyer. You go on sports events together, you watch a baseball game together, you have dinner together. They wine and dine you, they take you out for coffee, they treat you nice, they give you gifts on Christmas, the whole shebang. And then in the end, hopefully you take up their product and you recommend it to your clients, or you buy into their ecosystem, whatever it happens to be. People will buy into the pyramids. Also, ask any MD how much diet and nutrition they have to study. The human body's cells are made of new materials, right? Our cytoplasm, endoplasmic reticulum, the mitochondria, aka the powerhouse of the cell. These things are created from proteins and enzymes and amino acids and chemicals and nutrients that we ingest from food, right? Have to. We can't keep replenishing our cells from nothing. Rule of thermodynamics. We can't create something from nothing. So we eat, and that food then becomes cells, and those cells then become our body's health and our immune systems and our ability to function. And doctors don't learn how the shit that you put in your mouth becomes a healthy body. At least MDs don't. That seems completely insane to me. I think last I spoke with an MD on the matter, it was something like 2 to 4 weeks out of however many years of med school plus residency plus everything else you have to do. And you don't learn anything about nutritional biochem, about physiology of the body. What the fuck? Seems so stupid. I just think we didn't know better. Some people didn't know better for a long time. And some people just learned their diet from their parents. And where are they, are they going to learn stuff new for you? Not necessarily. For a time, it was believed that sugar was good for you. Yeah, it was taught by the sugar, that That study was in the 1960s. The Sugar Council funded, it was like a national sugar council, funded studies to prove that fats were bad, and fat's what made you fat. Dietary fat equals adipose tissue in, proper terms. But fat equals fat. That's easy to say, right? Dietary fat equals fat body. Fat bodies aren't made of fat. Fat bodies are made of adipose. Adipose is made generally from having issues with glucose and insulin and, creating higher levels of triglycerides. Glycerin being, or glycerol being a type of sugar, right? Triglyceride involvement and higher cholesterol as a result of all that kind of stuff. Like, that's all a system founded around sugar that fat is not a part of. And we need fat for like our brains and our neuronal health, like all of our neurons and nervous system. We need fat for like the myelin sheaths, isn't that right? For neurons. A lot of the stuff, I didn't study this I studied computer science, but I know a lot of this stuff because you fucking look it up and you realize that people have been lying to you for so long. And there was a big lie and a big outing about, everybody found out later on, the Sugar Council was absolutely lying to people to get them to eat more sugar and ignore how much we needed fats. And, boomers will laugh at millennials and Gen Z for having avocado toast. Avocado is good fats. Boomers ate a whole bunch of white sugar. Who's laughing now? The health outcomes when millennials get to be as old as boomers are going to be insanely different because people are actually learning the propaganda that their elders were being fed for so long has been wrong all this time. I sound like I'm such a conspiracy theory nut right now, but do research this stuff. It is not just, and this wasn't like, oh, I did my own independent research, aka I listened to Alec Jones. Like I have some fucking knowledge in biochem myself, so even though it wasn't my field of study, I'm not talking out of my ass. And you can fact check me on everything I'm saying. I encourage it. I do. You need sugar, don't get me wrong, but our surplus is the issue. Yeah, the brain works off of glucose or ketones if you don't have glucose in the system. Everything is unhealthy if you consume it too much, even water. Yes, but if you consume like a little bit of cyanide, well, I mean, I don't know about cyanide. There are some things that you consume a little bit of and it's bad, right, all the time. So the everything in moderation diet is a bad diet to have, not least of which there are addictive properties of certain foods. High fructose corn syrup is a highly addictive inflammatory additive that when consumed little bits at a time encourages the body to consume more calories, consume more high fructose corn syrup. It's a taste maker. So it changes the way that your palate adjusts to food over time and you want more of it. So to say everything is bad in the wrong quantities is also to say, therefore, everything is safe at some quantity. And that is not true. It's absolutely false. I would highly disrecommend anybody saying, as long as I moderate things, I can eat whatever I want. Better to eat the shit that you know is the right thing to eat. Drink more water than anything else. Eat more veggies than you probably are right now. Avoid more of the carby, bready. Just listen to Scott Pilgrim. Bread makes you fat. Bread makes you fat? Yeah, it does. So, mind stuff. Mind your stuff. Just ask ChatGPT, what should I eat? They will tell you. They'll crowdsource it all for you and give it all to you. However you want to know. Yeah. I need a Wii. Wait, what are we talking about? I have a Wii, but I don't know if it works. I haven't tried it in a long time. I actually had a few problems with overhydration. Interesting. Never heard of anybody with that problem. I generally don't. I drink pretty good amount of water, and then I don't. I get over it. My body very much tells me when I'm done drinking water. Probably true on some level. Lawns are a joke. Yeah, well, lawns with grass, right? Unless you actively use your grassy lawn for stuff like one of my kids might be getting into soccer. Having a flat, grassy area that's well manicured where we can do drills and just play around kicking the soccer ball. Makes sense. If you're older, if you don't have kids, if you kind of like playing video games all the time, if you mostly just sit and read books in your house and you have a lawn that you go out and mow every week or 2 weeks, or you pay somebody to do it, and you don't go out and sit on it, play in it, run on it, or do anything with it, the fuck do you have grass for? What is it there for? What are you doing with your life? You're spending money and or time to curate a thing that you are not using in any way. For curb appeal? Do you care what a bunch of people appraising your land care or how they will appraise? So much that it will become a lifelong chore for you? What a waste of your life and your time. We need an alternative to grass. Absolutely. Clover, good to walk on. Great for bees. I do like clover. It feels nice between the toes too. AI overview. While specific instances of lobbying specifically for large parking lots may be difficult to pinpoint, there is significant evidence to suggest auto companies having actively shaped urban planning and infrastructure in many ways that favor car use, which in turn necessitates ample parking. From AI, so take it with a pinch of salt. Yeah, I mean, and that's related to the documentary that I read and they had, or saw on YouTube. And they had plenty of pretty good backing evidence, including the propaganda videos that they were pushing people to be like, here's how, you know, the way of the future and the dirty, filthy urban life that you don't want because suburbia is where you need to be. Like, and I get it. In that time, it was probably very convincing. And there was a culture of like cruising around in your car, picking up chicks because they liked the way your car looked. And I mean, it was a whole thing. Everybody was feeding into each other in that whole social engineering experiment. Interesting. Googling clover lawn now. Nice. What are all these lawns? Maybe we could have helpful plants. Yeah, like what if you grew stuff in your space too? Do something usable. Do something helpful. Maybe. Horrible for the environment, wastewater, damage ecosystems, annoying to maintain. I fucking hate the HOA. I would never live in an HOA unless I was forced to. I can't think of a good... some people have had good experiences with their HOAs, but I hear so many horror stories. I don't think it's worth taking the gamble to find the good ones. You know what I'm saying? Cytoplasms are in plants, I think. Never mind, I'm wrong. Okay. Cytoplasm. Sugar's the easiest thing to overeat. Right, because you don't have a satiety response to it, right? So you can just fill yourself up with too many calories every day. You eat too many calories every day, more than you're able to burn off. And if it gets absorbed into the system and you have to start converting that into long-term energy because your short-term energy needs are beneath that. And then, how do you convert long-term sugar out of your system? It's really hard to get that off. So you gain weight and it's really hard to get that weight off, especially if it's sugar weight. Going to bed. Kara, thank you for joining the stream. I appreciate you being here and all of your contributions tonight. Sugar is just crap so far. Yeah. Although, I mean, if it's like natural sugars in things like, you know, fructose in fruit and that kind of stuff, obviously our body needs sugar. We just don't need high fructose corn syrup and white sugar and all that kind of bullshit, right? General, just avoid it. Even the dessert sometimes is fine. Just know that less is more. 100%. Sugar is addictive because your body cannot function without it. Your very cells will die without glucose. Yeah, but you can get glucose from like real sources and not from processed sources, right? Yeah. Like I said, I like tacos. Yeah. I always find foods other than sugars that I enjoy. A need for dessert is a problem. Maybe this is just me being a little bit older or just like more scared of what my bad choices when I was younger would do to me. But I don't really crave like having a dessert after dinner. And when I was younger, like my day wasn't done until I ate dessert. It was so bad. Like every time I had dinner, I was like, now what sweet am I going to get after this? You know, I did the right thing. I had my good food. Now I get my treat. Every single time. And now I'm kind of over it. But at the time I was like really addicted to it. As long as sugar is entering your body through fruits and veggies, you're doing it right. Yeah. That's what I think. Yeah. Have good plants. So be pushback plants that support the local ecosystem. That would be nice. People say it's ugly. Oh, talking about lawns? Yeah, because it's not a lawn. I mean, as long as you don't live in an HOA where they absolutely force you to have a certain aesthetic, I say do what makes you feel right about where you are. I never crave dessert. Give me like 800 tacos. Man, you're making me really crave tacos right now. I kind of want to go out and get tacos, but then I have to sleep and I have to wake up in
5 hours and go to work. Me with food, if I want it, I get it or make it. I always roll a 1 on impulse control when it comes to snacks. I've done pretty good in the last few months, not just impulsively grabbing whatever I want. And I've had some cravings, and I just decided to busy myself with something else, and then it does sort of go away on its own if I sort of keep myself distracted and busy with other things. But it's not that my cravings just go away, or that I don't want to indulge in them. But you know, I have a goal to try to reclaim where I was before the shittening. Check the Discord. There's a lovely photo of me there. What? Yeah, that looks like my face. Shit. I have other pictures of me with that, making that face too. My outrage face. Thanks for that. Let's fight this guy. I think we can win. Old Candy. Oh, that only did 7 damage. I'm gonna beat you if you keep doing such little damage. Although, let's do one more calm down, because this should bring me almost to full. Oh yeah, that's good. 30 minute, 10 hours later. Yeah. We're gonna beat this guy. Come on, Vance. I'm gonna whittle you down. Wait, how did he get 2 attacks? I'm suddenly like on the ropes because all of a sudden he did so much damage to me. Yeah, thanks, jerk. How was he able to get 2? Look at him. There's no way he's a 2 attack in 1 round guy. Punching me twice. Oh, he's getting so low, but I'm so susceptible to his damage. Oh yeah, it's the candy. He gets candy and a punch sometimes. Well, let's keep calming down. I think we can beat him. Easy. 2 chance. See some of you on the other side. Oh, and I'm sad again. That's okay. I think I can still beat him. Oof. 17 to the face. Yeah, well, you take my other damage. Oh, he's on the ropes. He's on the ropes. All my juice is gone though. Tell me that's it. Oh, thank God. Okay, we'll wait for the ad break to end. We'll finish this fight. We will go save. I will go to sleep because I know it's already past the time where I should be awake. But we've had such wonderful conversations tonight. If you ever want me to not play a game, I mentioned this earlier tonight too. Talk about religion. Talk about linguistics. Talk about music theory. What was the other thing I said? I said something earlier tonight. It wasn't linguistics. I said religion, music theory, and I already forgot what the third thing was. But thinking about it right now, religion, politics maybe to a certain degree, but I don't know a whole lot, so I'd mostly be asking questions from you guys just to make sure I don't get the facts wrong. I'm interested in politics. I want to dive in. I feel like I want to talk to political streamers, but not to get in debates because I don't feel like I know a whole heck of a lot, but really to pick their brains on their thought processes or how they consume media, why they could learn things from certain news sources, but not from others, and how they how they source their truth in their lives, that kind of thing. So I'd be curious to enter the political sphere of streaming as a curious person, as do you all know who Huell Hauser? Wait, what was his name? Huell Hauser, like that, somebody who's I'm curious and I don't know a whole heck of a lot, but I'm willing to talk to people and learn through their lens. Keeping in mind that people's lenses in politics can be lensy, right? But yeah, linguistics, nutrition, music, religion. Yeah, it's good shit. Oh, and the acting entertainment industry. Just because I'm a veteran in that and I have, my own insights. I think it's always interesting. I think people like hearing about acting and entertainment and all that kind of stuff. And it's, unless you know somebody who's in it, you might have your own misconceptions or preconceptions about how that works as a professional path. And my insights might not line up with other people, so you might hear unique stories from my vantage point that you wouldn't hear from anybody else. So I do like to talk about that kind of stuff too. Health, yeah, I do like to talk just generally about health. Ancient cultures, I'd be asking you. You could talk about ancient cultures, and I would be like, okay, Jam, well, what about this? Or how about that? Help me understand.
I'm interested in learning about history and even ancient history, but I don't know it myself to speak on it, right? Politics, tobacco, I wouldn't know to speak on tobacco. Ghetto smosh, I don't know what that is. Topic crab bag. I just watched a bunch of Huel. Yeah, Huel Hauser. That's the dude's name. He bugs me sometimes. I think he just plays off the bumpkin a little bit too thick. He's too like loud, and I don't know. There's something a little bit off-putting about the way that he did his hosting, but I like the idea of finding an expert, a subject matter expert, and getting them to talk about the things that other people watching might be curious about but don't think to ask. That's what I think I would want to do in the political streamer sphere if I could meet people and talk with them about the kind of stuff, is ask the questions that maybe get skipped over in chat or are like uncommon questions, because I think a lot of political streamers too are political talking heads. They talk to people who think like them. Their audience is full of people that agree with them, because who's going to sit and listen to somebody they disagree with? You know, they'll get mad and upset and maybe spout some obscenities in chat and then leave. But very few people sit and hate watch somebody who's got a political view that's so different from their own. So I'd like to ask, questions and learn. Another streamer just had a weekly segment watching, Huel Hauser's shows. Oh, interesting. You should finish this fight and progress to the next part and then end. Okay. This stuff is just about all about California. Yeah, I think it was really cool. You don't see very much. He was off the beaten path and found a lot of like neat gems hiding in the state, right? Okay. Dang. All I wanted was some Thai. Well, I was gonna give it to you, but then you decided to fight. Now we get to keep the bag of candy. You're done. Have a good one. Jam, appreciate you being here. I thank you very much just for everything this week. We'll see you on the flip side. Yeah, I guess Kim's dead. That's it. Okay, she's grumbling. I guess she's alive. I can't believe we lost. We can never let Aubrey know about this. Oh, what was that? Come on, Kim. We gotta go home. It's almost time for dinner, and Mom's gonna be really mad if we're late. Shoot. Let's get out of here. Wait, tell us our shit. Wait, where do you think you're going? We won, so you need to tell us where Aubrey is. Oh, yeah, that's right. ... Aubrey's at the church. The one near her house. Wait, where is that? I don't know if it's our church. Huh? Aubrey's at church? Hey, don't look at me. You're the one who wanted to know. Also, if she asks who told you, tell her it wasn't me. Say it was Mikhail or something. Oh, I hate when I only get one sneeze. I'm so used to I'm a 2 sneeze person. And as a 2 sneeze person, if you have more than 2 sneezes, that's just bonus. That's just like extra, good vibes all up your spine and everything. But when you only get 1 sneeze, it feels like you've been cheated. It feels like your whole body has denied you the full experience. It's like when it would be like if you asked somebody to give you a shoulder massage because your shoulders are really tight. I'm like, okay, but I burned my fingers today pulling brownies out without a pot holder. So I'll give you 1 squeeze on the left shoulder there. Ugh, how awful would that feel? It's the same thing. That's what I'm feeling right now. The Teddy says hi. Hello, Teddy. Or the Teddy, I should say. It's always the, right? Come on, Kim. We got to scoot. You know how Mom gets when we're late. Yeah, I hear ya. Let's go. Smell you later. Nerds. Wow. We beat her so hard. She lost 2 hours ago, maybe. I don't remember how long we were in that cutscene. Or in that fight scene, I mean.
Ah, nuts. They took the big bag of candy while I wasn't looking.
Well, we were talking to thieves, dude.
Those two have got some sticky fingers.
Oh, well. At least we know where Aubrey is now. Or at least I think we do. I can't really imagine Aubrey at church. But I'll believe it when I see it. Can mean people go to church? Yeah. I would argue, you know, if church is for anybody, I would not expect church to be for people who wear pastel clothes, collared button-up shirts and khaki shorts, and who hug when they meet you and smile and blush when they say naughty things. Church should be for villains. Church should be for mean people. Church should be for people who treat waiters at restaurants poorly. Hey, excuse me, I asked for a water like 3 minutes ago. What the fuck is wrong with you? That person go to church. I want to see people like Aubrey go to church. Okay, are we moving? Oh, good. All right, let's save. I don't think there's a place to save here. I think we have to go to the park at least. At least I know I don't have to go all the way back home. Because there is this place that I don't think we could have entered before, so I don't think I was making a mistake. Because it would have led to the cutscene with Aubrey. Okay. 5 save games later. Or 6, maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, I probably have other save games from other previous streams. I'm not the sort of person that keeps the redeems flowing. All of these have to go through like a verification process, and I do it like once a month where I'm like, okay, now I'll take your channel points. So if you do a bunch of channel point redeems, you don't see your channel point balance go down. It will. I'll get to it eventually. Okay, empty picking mouse save. Would you like to save? Yes. Eventually we'll have to figure out how to heal Kel, but that's next week's problem.
Excellent.
Both work. I usually include the, but you know me in language. I speak about it plain as Liberace's bathroom. Well, I mean, because it's like a title. So I like saying the because it's like the Teddy, you know. You would say, oh, yeah, makes sense to me. He's just a big old fucking teddy bear. That's where I get it from. Nice. Okay. That's done, deed. Appreciate your faces. Tonight was exactly why I want to turn this into a full-time business, because this is the kind of conversation I want to have with the kind of people I want to be here. It's fantastic. I say this enough times that I probably shouldn't have to keep saying it, but anytime I feel it, I might as well say it to you, because if I feel it, and especially if you're newer and you haven't heard it, you should hear it. And that is, I've been in a lot of people's streams. I hang out in a lot of other communities. I watch a lot of other content creators to try to learn how to do this as, like, you know, a bill-paying endeavor. And I pay attention to the sort of communities that they curate. And you are my favorite community. I know big streamers communities. I know people who stream to 0 to 2 active people at one time communities. And you guys are my favorites. We have great chats, great conversations. We fact check. We care. We don't make assumptions without, you know, or without saying it's an assumption. All of you have been as humble as I like to try to be in the face of, well, I'm not sure about this, but I feel it's this way, or I'm willing to be proven wrong. When I started aligning myself more with an, not an idea, like a streamer with a philosophy in mind, with a cultural movement in mind, as opposed to just somebody who's like, well, I'm gonna try to speed run this game again. You guys have been doing this the last 50 streams, but number 51, I think we're gonna beat the world record. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I fucking love speedrunners. I think they're amazing people that they can do that kind of like focus and continue to get better and better at something that's extremely hard and requires some mastery at something. I'm not a master at anything, but I decided
quite some time ago, some of you would probably remember around the time I started pivoting, that I didn't want to just be known as somebody who put games on and ignored you all and focused on the game. And I don't regret that decision. Some folks might stumble upon the channel and be like, oh shit, this guy's been in the same, you know, part of Omori or Mother 3 or, you know, any number of games where I play them on the slow side of things. He's been here so slow and so takes so long for him to beat games. It's not about that. The game is fun, and I'll continue to probably have games in the background and have it for any time when there's downtime in the conversation, or to just sort of give us other stuff to talk about. I mean, Omori is definitely one of those where things happen in the game that incite conversation too, because some crazy shit that's happening in this game. But I super appreciate you all being here. I do hope that in the next couple of years, you're going to see some major changes with the way Oz and I run our shows, and a push to try to see if we can make this what we need to keep a roof over our heads and food in our bellies. See how it do. So stay tuned. Thanks for being here. I'm not going to stream again for the next couple days. My next stream comes up on Wednesday. We usually have a discourse topic. There might be a game happening in the background, but Wednesdays are generally devoted to some sort of deep dive, some sort of philosophical or deep question or topic that we dive into. And it's mostly dedicated to deep chats on Wednesdays. All my streams, Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays, all start at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, and run for 4 to 5 hours or so. And thanks for your patience this summer, where a lot of times I've had to start late because of the kiddos' breaks in schedule. Appreciate that. I guess we'll see Aubrey next time. I guess so. I'm really curious how this game plays the church angle, because people are really polarized about how they feel about church. So I'm curious how they depict it in a game like this. Brain food for the Damien head. This streams like tonight keep me in a good mental health space for a while. It is good brain food. Appreciate your faces. If you've been watching on Trovo, on Kick, or on YouTube, we're saying goodnight to you now. Anybody who's watching on Twitch, I'm probably going to find somebody to raid and run out to, so hang tight while I say goodbye to the other streams. For everybody whose stream is ending right this moment. First, merch at damien.printful.me is available. Second, cyberstalk me at damienhalme.com. You can find my link tree there and all of my socials and the Discord and everything all on that one, my website, my.com. Just my first name, last name.com. And last, if you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too. I'll see you all in a few days. In the meantime, go cyberstalk me and chat me up. Keep me busy until my next stream. Okay, bye.